for today. I know there are a couple of more wonky and technical topics we didn't get into yesterday. Fun things like the airport board, important topics like how do we engage regionally. We are going to get to those, but I want to keep us at the aspirational 20,000 foot level first. So we're going to tackle some of the vision, some of the priorities, some of the where we really want to go first, and then we'll come back to those things.
Okay.
So if we can get the vision up on the screen.
Right now.
Perfect. And I want to be clear, we are not here to rewrite and wordsmith the vision. What I do want to do is check in and see if fundamentally it still feels right, if it speaks to what your vision is, and we're going to have a little bit of a conversation of what is your vision for Longmont for the next 12 months, the next 5 years. And we're going to use that to inform some of the other activities that we're going to dig into. So right now, and I will read this because I realize it's relatively small out there. We've got people, places, and priorities. And the council vision is that Longmont will be the world's greatest village, where children are most fortunate to be born and raised, older adults are supported through their entire life journey, all people will have access to food and shelter, and everyone has the opportunity to thrive and feel they belong. And then under the council vision for places, that Longmont's quality of life and economic vitality includes safe mobility options that connect our community. We enjoy 100% renewable power while addressing the effects of climate change over time. There's a vibrant Main Street and a river corridor stretching from the sugar mill to the fairgrounds that provides a residential, cultural, and entertainment epicenter while sustainably respecting the natural environment. So I just want to pause on those two, and maybe if we can scroll down so we can squeeze both of those in. Is there anything, first of all, we're going to talk about what's there, and then we'll talk about what isn't. If we can scroll this to where we've got the first note, back the other way.
It's lagging, sorry.
That's okay. When it gets right, I want to talk first of, is there anything here that feels outdated or that feels wrong place that maybe we want to revisit? And I want to be clear as I ask that, it's not because we need to, but I want to create. There we go. So let's look at these together. And I'm curious if there's anything on those that feels out of place or that it's important but doesn't belong in a vision. Vision keeps disappearing on us.
Yes.
You're asking if there's something that doesn't belong in the vision?
Yeah, there's something there that we may want to remove, and we'll talk about what we might want to add.
Well, one of the things about the people is it doesn't talk about working age people that are raising families. So maybe we have too much detail there. We say we want it to be for all people, okay, so children.
And we can go ahead, I'm hearing people already jumping to,
Yeah.
well, it's missing this, so let's have a full conversation.
Maybe it's too much detail,
Yeah.
because then you're always missing something.
I don't see anything about equity in there. Kind of with the children piece.
I think it's the access.
Where all people have the access?
All people have the access.
And
So
everyone,
it's-
so I guess the question is, do you feel like that wording doesn't get to that we should specifically name more equitable opportunity?
I feel like the definition of
I think
equity.
that's, yeah, I would like to hear what others have to say. Like, I think, yeah, I don't know, what do you
And
guys
here's
think?
what I'll put out as we talk about this. We should be careful to not conflate the vision of what we want to be from the path to get there and the theory of action. Because we may be able to weave more language into, here are the ways we are going to get there. And that's not me weighing in on what should or shouldn't. But I think that there's always the risk when you're creating a vision of layering in so many things of, and this, and we're going to, and we're going to.
Yeah.
And I would encourage you, have a vision that is 1 or 2 sentences. When you meet somebody at a national city council conference in Dubuque, Iowa, and they say, what's Longmont really about? Why should I consider living there and putting my business there?
And I think where I'm coming from is where children are the most fortunate to be born and raised, and older adults supported through the journey of their entire life. I'm thinking just more like I think like everyone should feel in Longmont like they belong, that they're supported, and so we're just naming children and older adults. I don't know. I think it's beautiful. We could change it, or we could leave it.
So maybe instead of naming the children and then what the children get, what the adults get, just saying that people of all ages
Yeah.
who come to Longmont at any point in their life
Yeah,
have access to all of the opportunities and a great place.
I think that would be good.
Mayor, I think you're the only one who was on council when this was drafted, right?
Yeah.
And just, when I don't know who actually wrote the language, because I wasn't here. But
We all did.
Yeah, all contributed. Those count. Yeah, I hear, I don't know why, but there's a certain former council member whose voice I hear when I read this.
Yeah, there is.
And I think staff knows who I'm thinking of. Just that's the tone that I'm reading
Yes.
for this, and it's elaborative and thoughtful. I wonder if we can strip it down to its core elements a little more.
Yeah, no,
I
I'm
think
good. That's why I'm kind of keeping quiet and
Yeah.
letting you all.
I've heard like the world's greatest village line is I think what gets repeated a lot, sometimes in positive ways. I think often it gets kind of shouted back at us is like, what does that mean and what is the, so I wonder if we could boil it down, speaking to Councilmember Carrick's point, I think about equity and access and the ability of everybody to make it here, and then innovation is the other thing that's missing. An innovative community that has throughout our history been on the cutting edge of what's next, and how we incorporate that into how we support our people. I think innovation is the piece that I see missing.
I think we're sourcing things. What I'd like to do is go around and hear from everybody, because I'm hearing, let's simplify it. Let's make this less poetic and more statement of what it is. And I'm hearing equity, I'm hearing opportunity, a great place to come at any age, and that leading edge of opportunity. What would you want to say, like 2 sentences, 10 words? What should define Longmont?
Yeah, I agree. What I'm having issues with on this is we're trying to be as inclusive as possible, but we're using words that are siloing and excluding others, like older adults and children, and then we're also saying like sugar mills, fairgrounds, like, but what about things that are outside of that? So to me, we're trying to be inclusive in this, but we're also kind of pigeonholing ourselves into small areas or small groups. And honestly, I won't be able to memorize this and give this as an elevator pitch if I'm talking to somebody.
So let me do this, because I'm hearing a lot of alignment on these strip it down. I want to just check in on that and then maybe do just the quick, what are the 5 words? Show of hands. Is there anybody who does not want to strip this down? Okay, sorry. So I'm hearing, let's simplify it. Let's make sure the language says everybody, rather than trying to name each of the everybodies. We do that. It sounds like the themes are, it's a great place to live at any age and to come to Longmont at any point in your life, where there is access to everything. We've got the accessibility. We've got that inclusivity language without having to say, we are inclusive.
Yeah.
Like what we're saying is what we provide. And I'm hearing that mix of, for the personal and the business, that it's the opportunity for the individual or the family, and it's the opportunity to come be at the cutting edge of what's happening in the economy. Yeah.
I like a certain amount of the romance and poetry.
Okay.
And I think maybe a way to marry both of those concepts is to say that we are a homegrown village with leading edge technology, or, you know, that leads the way in innovation, because Longmont does lead the way in many arenas. And I'm just saying, I think it has to appeal to both sides of the brain.
I appreciate that. And I think today, let's go try to nail exactly the wording.
No,
Because
it's just in
but I appreciate it. I know it's getting captured. And I think we can do is figure out what we want in it and then workshop. Matthew.
I like where Councilmember Chris is going on that. I really balk at any vision where you could replace the place name with any other city.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think the place vision here is a little bit more specific. And I'd actually encourage us, as we strip it down and kind of rework it a little bit, to make it like, why is this Longmont specific? And why could Colorado Springs not use the same thing that we did? Or why could, you know, Nashville, Tennessee not use the same thing we did, or Dubuque, Iowa?
Yeah.
Like, and so like because I don't know how many cities aren't striving to, you know, have their children and seniors supported,
Right.
fortunate, and opportunity. Like, I would want to get us a little bit more intentional and
So something more Longmont specific?
entirely Longmont specific, yes. And I think Councilmember
Rather
Christ
than
actually is starting to
general.
get in that direction, and I'd love to build on that.
Did you have some thoughts?
I just have one thing that I was thinking that we could add or not, that's fine. That we're constantly changing and adapting. And so that could go with the innovative piece maybe in that
Yeah.
language. But I think just to recognize that we're constantly moving, adapting, meeting the
At that
need
leading
and
edge,
changing.
responsive
Yes.
to people's needs and to the world around us.
Yeah, beautiful.
Let's do this. You'll find I do a lot of things in threes. One's too easy and five's way too many. I want to go around and have you tell me 3 things that you think define Longmont. And I want you to do them in the fewest words possible. When you paint that vision and say Longmont is,
Is it is currently or what our vision is?
what your vision is for Longmont. Yeah, good clarification.
You want this verbal or written?
Write it down.
Write down 3 words, yeah.
Yeah, and then we are going to go around and share them.
There's 3 words.
3 words or phrases.
Okay.
Yeah. Not 3 paragraphs, not 3 sentences. I used to be a speechwriter, so when people would tell me to keep it short, it was never that.
Can I have a string of words all connected with a dash?
What I'm trying to surface is when you imagine you do your job well and have what you need to get it done, what Longmont does that create? What are the 3 things? When we try to play matchmaker, say, let me tell you about this perfect person I want to set you up with, I can't give them 20 things, but I can tell you, look, he's successful, he's handsome, and he's got a great network of people he supports.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So what are those 3 things that are here's the amazing Longmont we've created.
Yeah, see, I had.
About 2 more minutes, and then we'll go around the room on this. All right, I always start at one end of the table, and that's not really fair, so I'm gonna start in the middle of the table. Diane, I'm gonna go to you first.
Does you see I'm still right?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I'm writing different words and I'm thinking that's not quite right. I came out with 3 things. Beauty, integrity, and adaptability.
Beauty, integrity, and adaptability. I like that.
That's where it all.
I said inclusive, friendly with a small town feel, views to last a lifetime.
Everybody hearing these?
Views to last a lifetime,
Friendly?
friendly with a small town feel, and inclusive.
I like that. Madam Mayor?
Innovative, sustainable, compassionate.
My turn?
Yep.
Okay. I have sentences, is that okay?
That's okay. Just no paragraphs.
Okay. So my first is a community that takes care of their people, or a city that takes care of their people. Ensure systems are strong to ensure a sustainable world moving forward. And a place where people value connecting with one another and never losing sight of community and supporting each other.
Matthew, you ready?
What's the last piece of that connecting with one another and?
A place where people value connecting with one another and never losing sight of community and supporting each other.
Thank you.
And if folks are willing to give us these written versions,
Yeah.
Comms team is eager to start turning this into something beautiful. Matthew, I will come back to you. I'll go over to the other side. As you're reading. Yeah.
Want me to
Go,
go?
Jay, please.
Working class, innovative, and history of collective action.
I just covered my mouth. Resilient, strong knit, and adaptable.
What was the middle one?
Strong knit.
Strong.
Tighten it.
Tight.
Say all three again.
Resilient, tight knit,
Bad time to take a break.
and adaptable.
Okay, Matthew.
All right, I got my three. Longmont is an affordable, competitive, and vibrant hub in Colorado, an innovative and resilient small city, and a supportive, connected, and caring community. So,
And everybody who has written them versus typed them, Harold would love to collect those. Let's say in the past, and there's nothing wrong with how it was done, but we had the separate people and places. Do you feel a need for that, or do you want to move more towards this stripped down consolidated?
I'd rather strip it down and consolidate it to a core vision.
ditto.
Could you repeat your question?
Yeah, so previously we talked about the people and the places separate. And just, do you think we need to do that, or should we meld it into a shorter single, what is Longmont?
Well, I think it's hard because Longmont is Longmont, and a lot of people are moving here. It has its own character and uniqueness, and the people moving here don't necessarily are not from Longmont, and so I could see separating it a little bit, not so dramatically.
So maybe not two with headers, but we got a separate sentence or two about what is this place.
Yeah, that because people come, like Matthew said when he came, he's like, this is home, there's just this feeling of when you get here that you know that this is the place you want to
It's
spend.
that small town feel that has amazing views and it's accessible
Yeah.
to everything that is
That
Colorado.
attracts people
Yeah.
from all over the world.
Uncanny impression of everything.
Okay, maybe he didn't say, maybe he was like,
Okay, we're gonna start going through this progression of from vision to action. And the next exercise I want to work through is an open discussion, and you probably got the sense that I will let people volunteer. I'm also perfectly comfortable volunteering people if you don't put your hand up. But what I'd like to, we've talked yesterday about some priorities you all had, some issues. We've talked through what's going on with the council and the city, and now we're laying out this vision. What I want to do next is hear from each of you. What are the one or two things that you would like to see happen as priorities? And we're not naming very specific policy actions, but what are the changes that need to take place to get to that vision we're describing? What is missing? So I think of things, that's the Longmont that we want, what you're all describing, the resilient, the innovative, the welcoming for everybody. What is it, if we do X, we will have this? If we foster a business-friendly environment, we will have a thriving economy. If we provide affordable and accessible housing, we will have the welcoming city. What's one or two, if we do this as a city, it's going to get us to our visions?
Do you want to go around the table?
What's that?
Are we going around the table?
We can go around or you can volunteer. Everybody's gonna talk, but I'll let you pick the order.
I'll start.
Yeah, Diane.
I think we need to come together as a people. I think there's just too much division in general, and that if we are together as a people, Longmont is very flexible thinking, very accepting of a lot of different, we start out agriculturally, we've added becoming very innovative technologically, but we have also been very practical. So we can include everybody if we can come together as a people. So that's as far as I've got.
If we come together, I like that. Yeah.
Building a strong community, or building community with strong services.
What was that again?
Building community with strong services.
Okay.
Are you all writing these down too?
Oh, you want us to?
Yeah.
That would be helpful, yeah.
All right.
Would help us, for sure.
All right, I'll just stick it.
Yeah.
Mine would be dramatically lower the cost of early childhood education and daycare, especially in the 0 to 3 space.
Who else wants to offer something if we, I love the if we come together, if we ensure the affordability of early childhood?
Yeah, if we, I think I was listening a lot yesterday to what people were sharing, and I would say, like, if we implement the steam and sugar mill plan in a truly transformative way, we address some of the affordability issues, we address the transportation issues, we address housing and development concerns, the beautification interests. So I think we get there, and then the second piece of this is if we prioritize resilient services and infrastructure.
What was that second one again?
Prioritize resilient services and infrastructure.
Score by Matt or Frank.
Me, let's see, and Sean, and Crystal, yeah.
Yeah.
I have to figure out how to write it in a sentence.
I know,
but-
I've tried to.
So I'm really fixed on creating supportive systems that move people forward. And so that systems for our most vulnerable to get ahead, that systems for our small businesses to get ahead, that systems for, whatever any other group needs are, the people needs, right? Whether it's education, whether it's economic development skills, whether it's basic needs. I really want to create strong systems that people can come into and get ahead and not stay in one place forever.
Mary?
Yeah, so I think it goes back to, creating these strong supportive services. I think that's been mentioned a couple of times already. But, so I think about our core and leads team. That is something that has helped my family, a lot of families immensely when we were struggling through mental health crisis. So having these supportive systems in place that are strong, sustainable, that are ever-changing to the needs of the community. I don't know how to word it. It's too early. Come back after 10.
I don't have anything right now, I'm just still trying to contemplate it all. I mean, I think that the concern is to get too wordy and get pigeonholed.
Yeah, and maybe let's take this off the screen, because I don't want us distracted, but I really want to talk
We're not
about.
looking for language there. We're
No,
getting
I want to talk about the
ideas.
vision we just laid out.
Yes.
Of the Longmont UL1.
Yes.
What are the things that if we do, we're going to realize that?
My
Yes.
question that's going through my head is what is the role of a city for its residents?
Yeah, that's
What
more,
now?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing is it to control the narrative in every aspect, which I don't believe it is, because I think that is protective, and we need to be probably more vulnerable in our approach because people are vulnerable, and sometimes we.
In my opinion, a city is like canvas and paint. Where it applies, the resident is artists.
Yeah.
And where we're about to pivot is we're going to revisit these issues. We're going to talk about actions that as a city, as the council, you could take. Some of those are, very micro and very specific. It's if we increase affordable housing by X, if we bring this bus line or train line, if we renovate this. Some of it is going to be more that storytelling that you're talking about. If we have a strategic communications plan that effectively communicates the amazing opportunities to live and run a business in Longmont. So what I want to do, I'm going to move this trash can, and I want folks to come over here and take a look at all of the issues we had on here yesterday. And then I want you to go back to your seat and with your full-size note paper, if there's anything you would add, you get one thing you can add, an issue, an action that the city could take. Take a look at these, and then if you want to, write one more down on a piece of full-size paper, and we're going to tape it up here, and then we're going to revisit all of these together.
There you are. Just got some mess.
So take about 5 minutes and think if there's anything else that you would want to prioritize, thinking through the lens of everything we discussed yesterday, everything you heard from the economic development folks, everything you all have talked about when it comes to systems thinking, and then that vision that we said today. What didn't we capture in this cold survey of what are your priority issues?
Seriously.
Ease of navigating.
Do you need help here? Yeah, you do. Yeah, I just yeah, what is
What's not up there?
What's not up there is a phrase.
No phrase, just know what's not up there. What would you add?
Okay. Repeating the directions out loud. Everyone understanding.
Once you've got your new idea, if you want to post one, bring it up here and we're going to tape it up to the set of doors.
This one business.
They're all doing paragraphs over there. I got like. Like all of that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
In future years.
We'll just tag team on this.
Yeah.
Are we giving this or?
We're giving it, and then they're taking it.
village, but it's safe space, but and so who lives? Who lives?
Because this, the council came up with the world's greatest village concept well before the federal narrative took it over. And so this council had that. The federal narrative kind of took it over and then whipped it back and used it on other councils. And it was like, that's not right.
Yeah, no, it's not.
I like village. Yeah, but
We should totally change meetings when the federal narrative took over.
It's funny, my first.
I just know that world's greatest website.
That language could make us.
I understand the sentiment, but it's very much, it's designed to be poetic, but it doesn't.
And we never did.
take back the village.
I went to a block party. And there's a couple of that changed bonfires.
Okay, is anybody still working on their idea? See a few folks. That's fine, we'll take a few more minutes. Do it
People
right.
who live in Firestone come
Right,
here.
it's not a community.
People who live there come here too.
And there's so many more than it's town, because it has to do with getting with your neighbors.
And all the development out there is all suburban space. It's all single family housing.
But everybody that lives here does some things here, but might not interest them. So people are coming here to do things.
Right.
We're also losing here to work.
And that's always been true. I think it's gotten better. Long speak.
Out there for appendicitis, and then a week later I had a seizure. Like, you didn't get it from us. I'm like, yes, I did.
Here. I'm on for a hamstring last week. Sad in the OU because she's on Kaiser wages.
Oh, really?
So she, they have the contract. So she laid in the 84 hours. Torn hamstring waiting for the cats.
Did you do that exercise?
No, she did that slipping on dog water.
I saw that.
You saw that? Yeah.
Yep.
She's okay.
You know what, that's the way it goes.
Yeah.
Done.
It's the dumbest thing.
It's the dumbest things that get you.
I win.
She just started doing classes in Boston. She was doing like the big jumping classes and all that. And then she takes her
How does she not follow?
She likes Boston. It's not the wine.
You're like me, I do my degrees and I was good.
Yes, it's awful.
It's what makes you do that is what.
I'm like,
I can see how it would work. I had somebody describe it. Actually, it was great.
Do we have to turn it in or he's gonna ask us?
I think
He's gonna ask you.
Oh,
He's gonna ask you, then you'll give it.
okay.
Oh, I already gave mine away.
Oh, it's good.
He's gonna ask us and then we turn it in.
Okay.
So the one time I broke.
Okay, let's aim for about 2 more minutes on these additional ideas. Then we'll start talking about everything out there.
Very specific here, we do sprinklers.
What's that?
After
Just coming up with new
And I
ideas.
went
Okay, Lindsay, if you wanted to add one new idea
to
to Brian, no, to
And
this.
I took the bath.
Yeah, if our conversation about vision sparks any ideas of new issues that we should prioritize or actions that we should prioritize taking, adding those up there.
Okay.
That's so quiet, son. Still about a minute here.
I said,
Where's Sandy?
Get saturated.
Sandy? Oh, so look what I found.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Your last fight.
My last slide, it was, yes. So I actually had it in my classroom, so when the red is on, everybody knows to be quiet. Not in the room.
Well, as you table and we need to next slide.
Yeah.
Is anybody still working on writing up their idea?
Now I'm gonna be eating ramen noodles for the next month already.
I think it's just whatever we did with Josh yesterday.
No worries. So she
My husband's
I need like
Oh, good. Yeah, Adam has social
I know.
anxiety. He's people and he's crowds.
He's gonna go
Like my
go out of town for 10,000 people.
Yeah, yeah.
time.
And I'm like,
Let's
wow.
go.
We're like that fascinated.
Oh,
It's nice.
I know, there you go.
Stick with you.
Yep.
Yeah.
See, these community events are so important.
I think we're all done. Oh, never mind.
I was gonna tell you guys, because I told the two gals, so my husband's surgery is scheduled for the 3rd.
Everybody's
Looking
looking
at me, and I just did this, and I was like,
My daughter, she gets up and everybody finishes before her class.
Oh.
She feels very focused and she
I
just-
can't. That's why I have those test strips. And so then the kids who are done, just keep it up. Just keep it up. Nobody needs to know you're done.
Exactly.
Don't get no more to be done. In fact, I like it when people that means they stick it through.
Yes.
So, yeah.
it's one of those things.
And even the females, so what I do is I don't let them log out.
Day two.
So you can go back and review. But we
I
all
have a day 2 time.
So
It's
that
pretty
they're
much
not-
whatever we didn't finish yesterday. That's all.
Getting close? What do you want, you have one you want to put up there?
Oh, we gotta put up there?
Do you want it up there?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, so everybody needs to take a look at, you'll grab it. Thank you. Got one for us?
I don't know if we solved the problem.
We need to, yeah, they do.
I don't remember what you said.
I know.
Yesterday, I got all the items on the couch. The doctor's like,
Hey, Carol. Carol, do you think we can put one of those in the council office?
I know, I've just been fine where I'm just looking at it, and it's like.
I'm not sick,
Something everybody can read. Paper bottle.
I have an appendix. That's what I was struggling with.
No, we don't have to.
My wife was at children's last night too.
oh, really?
Yeah, with her daughter.
You can't put any other
We're
one.
free flying today.
I don't care.
She went at 2 and then we until 5. No, 2 p.m.
So this is one we had last
Until
year.
like 6.
I know, I was so jealous. I was like, she has a remote.
Yeah.
I was talking to, I was talking with him over there. I saw them.
Okay. Next, we're gonna keep this interactive this morning. What I'd like all the council members and the mayor to do,
Yes.
I've now stolen your little blue stickies and given you little green ones.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I don't have green. I still have green.
Does somebody still need green?
I'm fine. I'll be fine. I'm good.
I've got lots of green.
We're good. We're good, Bear.
He has green Play-Doh.
Check.
Stick some Play-Doh on
A whole
it.
bag of my art kits. So what I'd like everybody to do, we've had 2 day or day and a half of discussions now. We've heard what you guys have been frustrated by, or where we need to make some changes, whether that's on boards and commissions, whether that's what you really want to focus on. We talked today about vision, heard a little bit yesterday about economic development. Now I want to revisit this wall of the ideas that you all threw out there with your best thinking before we all got together. And now you've put some additional ones based on our conversations. And maybe you look at these and you say, no, I was dead on the first time. Maybe your thinking has shifted a little bit, which is why I wanted to provide the opportunity to add something. So the assignment is the same. 5 stickies. Yes, you can put all 5 on one. Yes, you can vote for only yourself. Or you can vote for all different ideas. But 5 green stickies on any of the things that are now on that wall. And I think we started with your side last time, so I'm gonna start over here. Yes. So you guys have to agree.
So yesterday, once he rides the bus, you got anything else?
It's happening.
So I'm gonna not put a sticky on that anymore because that's already done.
Once you ride to Union Station, right?
Skyride.
Oh, it's going to the airport?
Yeah.
Oh my god. I thought that was just a Union, and then you had to switch.
January? What did she say?
I was trying to have brain dead yesterday, but yeah, I was.
It's either June or January.
Have we done a-
It's a J1.
Have we done a release on that?
We're gonna let RTD do
RTD
it
do it?
because it's their,
It's there.
3 sticks.
because I don't know that it. Let's see.
And also expanding LD1.
Getting our service back.
I know.
Used to take me back to Market Street Station to, I could get to the Capitol in 50 minutes.
The LX.
I was
It
gonna
was
say-
the LX, the LX one.
So what's the difference between the LX and the LD?
I think LD just goes down to Union Station.
The LD, so back then, the LD was multiple stops, like you could go 287 or 236, and LX was 25. Yep, LX was 25 down. So,
Dang, maybe I should have been pushing for the LX.
we'll take whatever.
I used to ride the bus to Boulder. I would take my son on the bus to daycare and catch the Boulder bus. Stopped. But you know, it doesn't matter. Reading or whatever, they didn't have Wi-Fi on the bus as well.
So it's a real possibility, hopefully September or January, but
We have to keep pushing.
probably not at the level, but I think there's other things in play that I'm trying to figure out how they reconcile against each other.
How did you get this accomplished, Carol?
You do what?
How did you get this accomplished? Maybe not just you, but how did,
I think it was everybody talking to them, but
was everybody ganging up on it and saying?
We were all saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Skyride and LX1, or LD.
yeah,
Even from other communities? Or just from Longmont, just from North?
I'm anxious about what RTD is saying about their budget gap.
Because they were well, I had a budget.
And
They had a
how,
budget gap, maybe they didn't think about who they had as leadership, because you run the whole city, and this person runs a rail system.
So, have you guys had a chance to be up there yet?
No, we haven't, yet.
I
We're
just
still out
think,
there.
you know, all the.
Yeah, she's okay. She's had a cold. Well, the baby is 7 weeks old. It's coughing, breathing hard. It's like, so her respiration's high. Pediatrician's like, yeah, she's pulled the lunch. She's like, yeah, we're gonna take her in. And then when I got there, you can see it. Yeah. That tells you like they don't think it's a big deal. It's not a bad one. They're sick kids. Theo was like 2 went in with, he was playing in the waiting room, and was like, I thought it was gonna be nothing. Turns out, he went in, he had RSV, he needed admission and oxygen. You never know. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so Alice was there last year, and all was there this time.
I know. What's the cost for you every time you're doing it?
I used to carry it. Yeah, that's absolutely, just where your thinking is today. Yeah.
Get to it.
What's about his piercing? Place those 5 votes. Just not in the middle of somebody's ideas.
It's so good.
So good, you never read it, just accept it.
Yeah, so this is what I read for. So yes, last night, I spoke at the state assembly virtually. So the congressman couldn't be there. I was in DC, so this is what I
Did you get some rest last night?
Me? I think so.
He was.
Yeah. Well, I can never, like, I don't sleep through the night. I wake up sporadically.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I went to sleep pretty early, like 10. I was watching my daughter's baby. She was out. And then I'm like, time to come home. I'm tired.
Yeah.
How's the baby doing?
She's good. She's precious. She's cutie pie.
My 3-year-old's sleeping with us right now, not by choice, but he's waking up in the middle of the night. So I woke up this morning getting hit in the face by a dreaming 3.5-year-old who was fighting for his balloon. He told me. He was like, my balloon! He was having a dream about a balloon.
My
waking up
daughter
big.
did that with chickens.
Okay.
Chickens! And she's screaming, and she was like 2 or 3.
Yeah.
I did that with chickens too.
We don't even have a backyard farm. Chickens. There was one time, so Wayne was an infant, Gabriella was about 3,
Yeah.
2 or 3. I'm trying to get her to nap.
Yeah.
And she wouldn't, so she just doesn't sleep. It was like, go, 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 go. And so I fall asleep. She's on the bed with me. And then I wake up and I see like Sharpie on my arm. And I'm like, oh my God. And then I look over at my bed and it's all on the bed. I'm like, oh my God. And then I look over at the dresser. It's all lined up in the wall, in the bathroom. And then I go into the bathroom and I look at my face. She had actually colored all over my face. Oh my God.
I haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah, oh my gosh, yeah. The number of times I told her, I hope you have kids just like you.
Mine, so I don't have kid issues now, but mine are my dogs. But it's one dog, he has 100-pound.
Oh.
And so he'll jump up in the middle of the night and start.
I know. Didn't you want to go to the children's hospital?
He'll kick me because he wants more space.
She's got a cold, and when that 7-week-old has a cold,
So then the next thing you know, he and I
scary.
are
Yeah, it's just, it's not great. Her immune system.
We are going to
You
continue.
look like a queen, not,
we do.
but California king, yeah.
Okay.
For the dog.
We have started, yesterday was about really some level setting and some learning. Today we started at that 30,000 feet. What's the vision? What kind of Longmont do we really want to leave to the next council, the next generation? Started going into what are the issues? And I love the spread of them that are from very specific, do this thing in this place, to different approaches to things. When I look at the continuum, we've gone from vision to ideas. Now it's time to turn ideas into action. So I'm going to invite you, if you want to revisit what's on the wall, you can. Next, we're going to go to your yellow stickies, full size. You can write more than 3 words, but probably not 30. And what I want you to think about is 3 actions that the council could take. And I want you to think one of those being a very straightforward, hopefully not controversial, doable step. Nothing's going to get 100% support, I know that. But what is one thing that you all could execute on with the resources and the support that's around you right now? I want you to think of a second one that may be way outside of the box, that may be thinking really boldly about the kind of support that you would need. I don't want you to go so far as to say, well, if we had an extra $1 billion, but I do want you to think boldly and aspirationally and pushing people outside their comfort zone, maybe something that hasn't been tried or has been kind of shied away from. Your third idea can be anywhere on that spectrum. So one end of the spectrum is, it's a pretty straightforward concept that we can just execute if we prioritize. The other end of the spectrum is outside of the box, bold, innovative, disruptive action that can move us to our vision. The third one can be anywhere in that mix. You can choose one end of the spectrum, the other, or somewhere in the middle. And I'm going to give you all about 10 minutes because I want you to give real thought to this. Because I want you to consider these things that you should be putting in front of the council and genuinely contemplating acting on. Tell you.
You just want us to put the goal, not necessarily.
No, I want the action.
You want the action like we would
We,
create a task force to do this, or?
yeah, yeah. And I would even, to me, the create a task force
Is.
is
yeah.
the process.
So leave out the process, just say what the task force would do.
You use a process to
Okay.
change this, to redefine this, to bring this in.
That's what I'm-
So 3 things, spend 10 minutes. I want you to be really thoughtful of that thing we know we could execute on if we decide to, that thing that's gonna really challenge us, and then the third one somewhere in between.
There's also supposed to be.
Oh my god, I need to write it smaller.
What are you supposed to do? Oh, I guess we could have done, I could have done different posters, right?
I did. I'm just doing it on. Are we doing post-its?
I think.
Yeah, you wanted them on.
Oh, I wasn't.
We're doing them on yellow Post-its?
I wasn't listening.
Yeah,
Yeah, I put them all in one yellow post-it, I'm like, I don't know.
no, they all need to be on separate, because this is gonna be a little bit of an interactive
The
activity
third
again.
one is what again? Third one is.
Your choice
Your
along
choice.
the spectrum.
Anywhere along that spectrum.
Okay.
Can you tell me if this is where you're expecting us?
I gotta pull up the exact.
That's not in scope, right?
Let's get really specific. Something that would rise to the level of a vote. We are going to vote to take this action.
Got it.
And
why, if I could ask you, give me a green light when you're ready.
Oh, when I'm ready?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not ready.
No.
Clear. Yeah. Okay. We'll tackle this one Tuesday, okay, guys?
Fine. I'm afraid.
Well, it's Laura. Why
Yeah.
not?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, maybe not Laura. Okay, I don't know how to do this. Out of the box.
Beat that people.
Nice job.
Oh, hold on to those for right now. We're doing something totally different with this.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
Just let me know with green lights when you've got your 3.
Just have to write them on sticky notes now.
You want to
Out of the box.
And it can be out of the box, or it can just be, this isn't out of the box, but this is gonna be a tough lift. Not impossible, but close to it.
That's 2 or 3?
You have 3.
Right, which one is not
Okay.
impossible?
One is at one end of the spectrum, that this is easy
Easy.
if we prioritize.
Number 2.
One is, this is gonna be a real challenge, but I wanna shoot for the moon.
Okay,
Third is, council member's choice.
could be somewhere, but,
Yeah.
okay.
You can choose 2 easy, 2 hard, 1 in the middle, whatever you think.
Party bus to the end. Not doing
What was your choice? Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say,
Ooh, yeah, I like that.
however, we already mentioned that, so it's like,
Yeah.
Yeah, she bought a house. He's from the church.
Just whatever. Whatever.
I know, what was,
Oh, mine? Like the last one?
Yeah.
Not the big, bold, crazy
not the
one?
big, bold, crazy.
I just expand right along to improve service.
Yeah, because I
and-
was like, do I think of something new or whether, because we were
Yeah.
still working on it.
Yeah, I know,
I
no.
want to see that.
Like, one is already that's in progress, and then right along to like, okay, let's double our buses and let's double our vans and.
Let's try to get these in the next
Get a bus
2
to-
minutes
yeah,
or so.
Get a party bus. Right along with party bus. The crazy one is close to $1 billion.
What is it?
Universal Justice.
Oh, okay.
My Heinz guy who's housing homeless.
No, that is pretty unpleasant.
Yeah, I mean, if we could, I mean, imagine.
Okay. Whether you're done or not, if I could just get everybody's attention for a minute. These stickies we're going to place a little bit differently. Over on this chart paper here, you're going to see a graph or a chart with an x-axis and a y. The bottom level is this is easy. We just need to prioritize it. Up here, this is going to be really challenging. Across the horizontal, this is a pretty traditional idea. Nobody's going to be shocked by this. They've seen things like this done. This is innovative. This is going to confuse and wow people. And what I want you to do is bring your 3 stickies and place them in one of these quadrants where they would fit on the easy to hard and the traditional to really innovative or disruptive. Come up here as you're ready, and then I do want everybody to spend a few minutes after all of the ideas are up there and take a look at those. We're going to have a conversation about them.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Doable, but a little bit. It's not easy, but it's not challenging. It's not.
Older kid, Broomfield. Since if the sales tax is 5%, they could the cost of housing, the cost of
You're starting here?
and whether they still do.
It's been done, sort of.
I don't want to sort of think that.
I feel like that's all of it. All bigger.
ideas. Elementary.
No.
Okay. While Matthew gets his ready, if you haven't looked at everybody, well, actually, let's wait for Matthew. And then I want everybody to look at all the ideas folks have put up there. And we're gonna have a little conversation of what jumped out at you other than your own. My ideas were the most brilliant, then there were some others. What's that? No, this is just to discuss. I won't make it sticky everything.
That's all we're doing.
Oh, yay! Okay. During one retreat, I actually brought my
Okay, we're getting our final 3 actions up there. So once Matthew places these, all the council members and the mayor, if you would take a look at these, we're then gonna have a conversation of what jumps out at you here? What is it making you think, and where do you see some synergies? And where do you see some opportunity in both the short and the long term to take meaningful action?
I'm not reading it.
Sorry, I'm sure 10,000 words. Just don't reach back.
Breakfast is up,
The relative placement is so off the, okay.
Proper placement.
Well, it's just that I get to know where everything else is.
Come on,
Everybody take a few minutes up there. You're not in a rush. I want you to really, we'll take pictures and then sit
We're
down.
not in a rush to completely transform our community.
All right, we're gonna get to it. Slow is fast. So take a look at these. We're gonna have a conversation and I'm gonna ask you which of these really jumped out at you that were not your own ideas? What stands out as something that you really could take quick, short action on? And what are the things that you'd like to start prioritizing, laying the groundwork for some of the bigger, long-term or more disruptive ideas? So we'll talk about what's standing out, what do we want to really lean in the short term? And short term, I do mean the next 90 to 150, 180 days.
Are you sure I can't pick one of mine? Can I pick just one?
You want to just do what?
Can I pick one of mine?
That's okay.
Okay.
I just want everybody to see everybody's.
I have others. I gotta bring it to the forefront. Just in case no one else does.
I think that's fair.
No, you're fine.
Stay in place.
I love how somebody's like, doable. That seems hard.
I think what she's, what you have to do is you have to reduce the number of agencies. So, bigger boards, different agencies, fewer agencies.
Are you talking about the HHS? Are you gonna mention it?
I'll back you up on it.
How you're like, this is doable.
Yeah, no, it is. We have the money. We just put our money somewhere else. It's doable. It really is doable. I think we have.
Okay, get back in the conversation.
30-minute service, 30 minutes? Is that even possible? Can you get there in 30 minutes?
No, like every 30 minutes.
Oh, I thought you meant like
No.
30 minutes or your pizza's free kind of thing.
No, like, the best service is 15 minutes, but if we can get 30 minutes.
And the way we do that is just by one. If you're supplementing whatever's going to come out of Skyrim with an alternator. Tell me, man,
What was that middle meeting, then in the middle?
Sugar mill.
Why?
Because that's the gap and UPK covers for. Yeah, UPK is stable. UPK is fine. 0 to 3 is the gap. So it's really, really hard to get those slots. Those slots.
I cited that, it was very smart. I ended up walking up this road, and I don't know if I can say that. There's two things that.
Crystal keeps putting food
Yeah, yeah.
30 minutes or so. You know, I think that 30 minutes is so easy.
Yeah. Yeah, what did you say, Alex? Oh, did I? Yeah. It's doable.
dual action.
No.
Well, I don't know, I didn't change the other two. I think they're all doable. Well, no, it's not doable, is it?
I think so.
No,
Get
my
real.
other the boxes.
What does get real mean?
Wait,
Get real?
Yeah, well, like get real about fire. Like, is that
It's just like, let's just cut
Well, I ended up moving this one.
talk about seriously issues and issues around stressful.
Yeah, I mean, do you think about fireworks and things like that? So here's what I would say. I see a professional city-sponsored fireworks significantly safer than what you're going to get when you get on a fireworks.
What we have to do is activate our neighborhood communicators more and have that one situation.
Yeah.
Just the no factor is wrong.
Yeah, I look at the COVID data was really interesting when I'm thinking about that. Because a bunch of municipalities canceled their shows during COVID.
They did, but I think we have,
I didn't dream big
right
enough.
now, we don't
I
have
didn't dream big enough.
activation of the neighborhood. Just groups of neighbors that say, yeah, I just say sorry.
Okay, let's come back together. I'm gonna pull you two away from the wall.
What'd you say about me?
What'd you say about my mama?
I said nothing about your mama.
Okay,
How dare you.
before we start talking about which actions we want to come together as a group and really prioritize, I'd like to hear from folks, and this one I am going to push you for, not yours. What was something you saw up there that stood out to you as, hey, that's a really interesting way to move the needle? Either at this lower left or at the upper right quadrant, that you said, I like that idea, and I'd like to explore that a little bit more. Or that's just really interesting to me. Again, I'm going to ask for volunteers before I volunteer. Who wants to talk about one they saw, not theirs, that just stood out to you and hit for some reason?
Well, I think it was the one, I took a picture of it. And there was a cluster of them that was around the right in Longmont and that sort of thing, more towards the center part of it. In front range passenger rail. Those seem like things that there's a lot of energy behind right now. And the sooner we get rolling on it, so to speak, the better.
Thanks.
Hey,
Prioritize for sale housing and getting first-time home buyers in the home. Rent developments, exceptions. That wasn't mine, but it's something that I've talked about in the past. About ways that we could do it as a city differently.
who else saw something that you said, I can see an action we can take that would bring change to life and improve things for folks? Matthew?
Yeah, I really liked the idea for the kind of Main Street circulator or trolley or whatever, for that concept. You can see that really complementing with a lot of what we've discussed.
Well, people are snobs. They want to get into something that looks cool.
Who else? Yeah.
Universal childcare is a huge one. There's so many families that are impacted from not having childcare, that it impacts our economy, that it impacts our workforce in general. And so I think if we could find a way to tag team with like St. Vrain Valley School District, which we could just create a feeder that goes from like babies all the way up. And, I'm learning a lot about like the different taxes and TIFs and whatever. Maybe the city could work something out with the school district to make it feasible if possible. And they're already going that direction with their staff anyways. And
How
so,
can we tap into
but
that?
the county's doing efforts on its own, but it feels like it never trickles down to our city. So it'd be kind of just a city thing, and we would say, forget everybody else. We're just gonna do this for ourselves right now because it's what's feasible.
I'll say the human services funding piece, and I think and this is an ongoing conversation about how, we have this certain amount of our general fund, which is 3% of our general fund that goes to our human services agencies. How can we make what is a little over $1 million, highest impact as possible? And right, how can you really make sure that those dollars make a real difference? Is it, maybe rather than funding 70 agencies or whatever it is, you fund 20 or 10 even, and you say, this is the most high impact work that we can do to support these programs. So I think that's a really interesting one that I've thought a lot about too.
I think one of the ones that struck me is create a new zone that focuses on our growth, prioritize resilient infrastructure and beautification, because a lot of the things that we're talking about, we can fit in that new zone. And we can have the affordable, attainable housing. We might be able to have a space for childcare in this new zone. That's one that I would propose.
Anybody else?
There were a few. The one that intrigued me the most, because we're not already touching into it, is the universal childcare. And that would help a lot.
Now I'm going to pivot it just a little bit, and I'm going to ask you about taking ownership. When you look at what's out there, what is one short-term easier? What is one maybe a bit more of a stretch, whether it's all the way out, but something we can take action on realistically in the coming 90 to 180 days, and something that in the next 90 days we could lay the foundation for, but it's going to take some work. What's one at each end, or one at the easy end and one somewhere else?
Are they ours or?
That anything that's up there, it can be yours or others, that you would personally like to invest time, energy, and prioritizing, taking some ownership to drive that forward. Thank you.
Focusing on building and supporting local business and to have the biggest payoff. Too.
I have a question.
And are you putting that in the, we can take action on?
We can take action on that.
You have a question?
When you say take action, are you mean like it's done in 90 days?
No,
Or,
no.
or you
What-
just start
it-
turning
it's-
that?
When I say
into
take action, what I don't mean is let's undertake a study that we start in 30 days and can complete in a year, and maybe a year from now we start maybe there's some buildup, but you're moving towards action and taking steps on it in the short term. Who else wants to name something that you would like to get behind and take some ownership or be a real leader on short-term rental? Yeah.
I mean, I put it up there, so I feel bad about naming it. But
No, please.
I mean, it's not gonna be something that we can, it is such a big lift to get to universal childcare and even to have that conversation as a city that maybe we put that aside. So let me think about it a little bit more. Let me think about it more.
But is it?
There are things that are going on in that space right now that get us closer. County and early childhood education, early childhood foundation of the county are going to come back to the county commissioner with the ballot measure here pretty soon. That's going to get us in a better position, but it's not going to nearly get us to the place that would feel.
I would say that's an ideal one for, it's a long-term project.
Yeah.
You can start taking foundational steps now, and one of the foundational steps, maybe, aligning with Boulder, one of them could be, we're going to develop a
Boulder
10
County
years,
is clear.
yeah, we're going to develop a 10-year strategic plan of how we're going to hit this moonshot of this. So it's a short-term action to start building it.
Yep.
But it's a long-term process, as you said. Who else wants to own something? And I'm not asking you to be solo,
Yeah.
but where's the one that I'm passionate, I want to be part of this?
Okay, so one is looking at public safety. Our core leads team, our fire, having those supportive services. So, one of the things that I spoke with the mayor of Superior, looking at, they did a ballot measure that was parks, pools, and public safety. But to do something like some kind of ballot measure to increase funding specifically for fire, core, and leads. Is what
I
would
think
like
if
to
we
do.
were gathering enough sales tax, that would really take off, and I think we have to.
So,
fix the
yeah,
sales
wherever,
tax
it's not
first.
necessarily a ballot measure, what are some ways to add to that fund?
Because we could have rearranged the allocation.
Yeah,
Are those separate funds, or core leads funded separately, or is it all out of public safety?
it's out of public safety.
Yeah, it's all the public safety.
Yeah, yes.
So could you,
They get their,
Well, that's grant
25
funds and
acres.
public safety.
Yeah.
well, the grant
That's
funds.
Grant funds too. But those are areas that I think need to have that extra support for quality people, and we're not wearing them out.
Who else wants to own something or be part of the ownership team?
Okay, I'll own something.
Own it.
I'll own my own idea.
Yeah.
Sorry, Christina.
If nobody owns their own ideas, we have to have a whole other conversation.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think the HHS funding, I think we fund wonderful organizations, but the more we fund, the less impact we have. And when I talk about systems of change, the organizations exist, the people willing to do the work exist, and so we could just have a bigger impact by putting a bigger dollar into those systems and being able, by our dollar, being able to have voice in how those systems look and serve our residents. I think it's doable, the budget's already there, but it's just gonna take a lot of kind of, dry eraser and board kind of mapping out as to like who we're gonna prioritize, why we're gonna prioritize them, what those systems are gonna look like. But I think I can at least start the conversation to see like, what is the plan? Because our funding is already allocated, right? So it would have to be an X year.
Matthew, I don't think I've heard from you.
Well, everyone will be really surprised to hear that I want to try to own and drive the mixed use innovation redevelopment zone that we're thinking about. We've had one conversation, I think, or this council has had one conversation about that zone. And it was a pretty niche focus for that discussion on building height, but there's so much more that I think we can achieve with that. And so I want to work with Jen, Grant, and this council to really figure out what are all of the goals from beautification to growth management to innovation that we really, and resilience that we can really pull together in that. And perhaps, I wasn't sure where to put that on the zone, on the innovation spectrum, but I really want to really stretch the definition of what traditional zoning does with that. Based on the feedback that I've heard from so many people here and the community.
I think I've heard from you, Howard.
So I also was thinking about the public safety. I do think, especially with the weather, that we're in a challenging spot, but something that I think can also help with that, thanks for the suggestion about the business development, airport business development. I think we can kind of tackle two things at the same time.
You mean KLM, right?
Yes, our airport, sorry, thank you.
And along that line, that's kind of the thinking of, I no longer want to hear that it's a dump. I want to do something about the dump.
Can I ask a question to the folks thinking about the airport here? I think multiple people put some things on the airport board there, and I think, and I appreciate that, partly because we've had conversations, at least the past council has, about the airport not being a priority. And what I want to think about is, I think some people in the community feel like it's a silo. Some people wish it was, much more integrated. Some people wish it was better managed. And I guess what I would ask is, how do we think about the business and economic development piece synergistically with the other public services we are trying to provide in this community? There's a lot of conversation right now about another rec center. Maybe that's not the full rec center, but maybe there is a west side of, this is city-owned land and facility that we have. Yes, there are other considerations with an airport facility that we have to juggle with federal regulations from the FAA too, but if we design this well, can we think about other community services that are provided on that side of town, leveraging some of the airport facilities, thinking of like an airside or community side terminal type concept, right? And I'm thinking like event space, business development, a satellite museum, a great spot for an air and space museum, right? And recreational facility.
That's everything that I've been envisioning.
So great, take it on, thank you. But I just want to make sure we're thinking about the economic reinvestment there in a more synergistic way, because then we start to get to different types of funds that we can pull in to reinvest in that whole area for multiple community purposes.
And it's a beautiful area. There's some potential down there.
And if we get people to that side of town and they can start to appreciate the airport, I think it'll change the conversation around the airport. Because right now it's tucked away on the west side. And
But people have ownership in that space. That's why I wanted to bring it to us.
It's such, there's been created around that such a, for the folks that are really invested in it, it becomes an us versus them conversation.
Yeah.
The community versus the pilots. That's not what I think anybody wants.
No.
I have said over and over again, making that airport a genuine asset that everybody in this community is very proud of and feels connected to.
Yes.
Go out, if you've not been out there and done a tour, go out there, look around, be a part of that community and really understand what the issues are out there. Because it's not it's not that it's a dump, but it's not the most updated airport in the world. When was that? Levi's office is in a building that was built in the 40s, right?
I'm going to pull us up a little bit on the airport, because we are going to get into the airport in a little bit. We'll examine some different things, and I've done a lot of work with probably a half a dozen cities that have municipal airports, and I've looked at how do we really maximize them. We're going to pivot a little bit, and I want to be clear, this is not to say we're here to rewrite what the city of Longmont is doing or prioritizing. This was an opportunity for you all to get away from the chambers and spend a couple of days pulling up to talk about what's the kind of Longmont that you want to create. Where are we going? And this exercise was about what are the pieces that we can do. Obviously, you still have all of the things that are before the council as they are, all of the initiatives, whether that's some of the downtown redevelopment, whether that's some of the centers that the Herald's working on now, ongoing issues with the airport. But this is for you guys to start taking ownership and charting a direction instead of just reacting to what comes in front of you. Gonna have to do both. There's obviously things underway. There are things that are gonna drop in front of you, you have to react to, but I hope you never lose sight of why you ran and what it is you want as a public servant to provide for your family, your friends, your neighbors. So we'll capture all of this, and I'll work with Harold and Sandy, and I'm sure they're gonna be working with the mayor, with all of you, to make sure this is not a did this and forgot it exercise, that it goes on a book or in somebody's computer file, that this is what grounds your conversations every month. We talked yesterday about a pre-session, and maybe part of that is not just checking in on boards and commissions, but it's checking on board priorities that we're naming today. What we're gonna do, I told you it's gonna be a little bit of a roller coaster from 30,000 to 5,000 and back up. I want to put the vision back up. We've been working on translating taking what you all were offering and putting it into a potential vision statement. What I want to do is get this up here and get your reactions, not to wordsmith, but to say, hey, this really captured it, or I think it's a little off here, I'd like to see some more of this, and then the team's going to keep developing this further to bring back to you. There we go. So Longmont is a city that knows who it is. Built by working families, strengthened through adversity, and self-reliant by nature. We are committed to a community where innovation and equity aren't ideals, they are how we govern.
Oh, I like that.
I don't know that I like the first sentence. I feel like it needs to be stronger.
Okay?
I think the first sentence doesn't say anything to me.
Could be any city.
Yes,
Okay? So maybe we need to make that a little personal and connect it to what is Longmont? Where did Longmont come from and where is it? What else do you like in here? And what simple concepts do you think we still need to capture?
Second sentence is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
That second sentence.
Yeah, I love that. And it's true.
And I like something that we keep coming back to in different ways, and that is that Longmont leads the way. If that could maybe be the first sentence of the
Yeah, Longmont leads the way.
I like that, yeah.
That's the first sentence.
That's the first, Longmont leads the way.
And let me challenge you a little bit there.
Okay.
Any city could probably say, we lead the way.
Yeah.
What does Longmont lead the way in? How or what? Longmont leads the way in creating its own ISP. Longmont leads the way through its own infrastructure, its own support for our community. What is it that Longmont leads the way in?
Do we chart our own path? Like
We do.
like instead of following a path that we are like being innovative in a way to where we're carving out our own path.
And we don't need to get the wording perfect, I want to get
Yes,
the
the
feelings
feeling.
that you want it to convey.
So in power and technology and leads the way and
And I don't want to say like leads the way, like I want to emphasize the lead. Like we are the leaders in many
Longmont just Longmont
aspects
leads.
compared to the surrounding, but it doesn't really like capture the,
Yeah.
you know.
Let's just get it really simple. What are 3 or 4 words that we want to say Longmont leads in? Is it opportunity? Is it accessible housing, accessible affordable housing? Is it a thriving business environment? Is it open space? Back to our earlier vision conversation.
I almost think it's forward thinking because, you know, when I think of our birth story, the Chicago colony bought this land and said, oh, we're gonna need water, and went out and dug trenches. You know, they just were always thinking ahead.
Right.
And
The foresight with Platte River Power Authority, our water.
Longmont was formed and driven by the frontier spirit of innovation and finding solutions. A philosophy that still drives us today. I'm not trying to work, but
Yeah.
It wasn't,
well, why not maybe Longmont leads the way from the frontier to the to space?
When it's like our forefathers, like we hear this story repeatedly, like our forefathers had the forward thinking enough to plan for our water, to plan for our electricity and our utilities.
so maybe we'll leave it to the comms team.
I mean, we're a planned community from the start. I mean,
Yeah.
the meeting in November, sorry, I'm gonna get super nerdy here. Meeting in November of 1870 in Chicago, when folks get together and they're like, hey, we're gonna go out west and copy the Union Colony model. What is this about? The Chicago Tribune the next day reports that the meeting decided that this would be a community for the poor, the destitute, and those who had no other fields of enterprise. Let's literally quote. That is.
I don't know that I'd use that as a marketing slogan.
No, but there's beauty in that. And then
There is.
That's what brought me over here. Oh, these are my people.
Because they had no other choice but to come here and rest.
And so, and I know the comms team will be able to translate this beautifully. That what was the origins of Longmont was that spirit of looking forward. That's what has shaped every chapter in Longmont, and it's why Longmont will lead into the future.
I mean, that's what gives us our resiliency.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah.
And
We don't
the
try
only-
away from problems.
Yeah.
We will let,
Real quick, the only thing I will mention, and maybe this is just because reading high school students' papers has warped my brain, but we aren't this, we're this, or
Yeah.
that is a very like
We
an
are,
AI
yeah.
coded, GPT coded thing that happens a lot in like the comparison by. I wonder if rather than saying we aren't, aren't I, with this, rather than just cutting that, just say this is how we govern. I don't know, just those kinds of, I don't know what the term for them are, but those, like we aren't this, we're this, or it's
Yeah.
not just, that, it's that, those kind of comparisons just, it automatically goes, I don't know if I like that. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. There's two things that I think are missing from this.
Okay.
The first is kind of our, competitive ability in a modern age. I don't see that reflected anywhere. And I also, maybe self-reliant is getting at the resilience piece, but I think that is, if we are looking ahead 10, 20 years, what is going to define this region is how resilient different communities are, or how aren't they.
power, water.
Power, water, land management, building structures, our transportation connectivity, our supportive services, how resilient those systems are is the ballgame for the rest of this century, because of all of the changes that are external factors. We talked about some of those yesterday in our systems thinking conversation. And if that is not the skeleton that is informing everything we do, everything else we want to do is going to fall by the wayside. And so I just worry, I want us to be aspirational, but I think the resilience actually is how we prioritize equity, partly. It is how we support our communities. It is how we recognize and acknowledge our history and invest in our future. And I just, that's, I think, so critical to this region. I mean, there are a lot of places in the world that are going to struggle with resilience in general as a question, economically, environmentally, socially. But I think we're on one of the boundaries of that. And so how we manage that is going to be critical.
When people think of resilience, is it the same as sustainability, where it's immediately weather related?
Where it's immediately what related?
Weather related? Because I know that's not our intent. Resilient to me is all of the things.
Yeah.
Big R, not little r.
I mean, a phrasing like a resilient and competitive hub in the Northern Front Range, I think would suggest that it's a mix of things to me. And I think of it truly on the environmental, economic, and social sides.
Right.
But what you do there is different. It very much impacts the systems that we have in a different way than sustainability does. I think that's valuable too. Obviously it's my profession, but when we think about what is our community's future and what are we trying to market, resilience, I think, is going to be key.
So here's what I'm going to suggest, is rather than us, I think it's important to capture these ideas and love these. We'll let those that are marketing gurus and messaging gurus shape what are 200 words of input into 10 words in here. I think there's probably a lot of room when we get this right to talk about how this plays out in every department of the city's work and in everything you do, because resilience plays out in your approach to wildfire. Resilience plays out in land use. It plays out in water, in power, in job creation, in housing. So I think real opportunity to get this high level vision right, and for every department to be able to say, this is how we embody this and we put this to life.
Can I add 10 words to the however many words you just mentioned?
I'll give you 7.
Okay, 7. So when we talk the first sentence, I just was thinking as we're charting this path forward, we're charting it together in unison or united. And so we are we're strong as a community, charting this path forward, all in alignment with one another in our thinking and our passions and our caring for people.
It's that forward together.
It's that forward together, but with power, with strength. And then that's it.
Hey, can I add, I'm just looking at the definition of resilience, to Councilor Kalkoffer's point. It has the basic resilience, adapting to adversity, bouncing back from challenges, growing stronger from difficult experiences. But here's the important part. It is a trainable psychological, emotional, and behavioral skill, not just a trait. Key components include, it goes on, positive framing, strong social connections. It's all the things that we really are. So,
I
so a lot of
wonder,
resilience.
I wonder on this first part here, whether we're thinking this out too hard. You know, yes, the fact is that any city could do this. The reason why many cities have added this sort of framework is because they've seen cities like Longmont have this in their statements, and they've said, wow, we're that too. Are we trying to be edgy and different, or do we recognize that sometimes people then just need that first a few statements to just kind of go, okay, and then it's the second part that really is, and the third part of this, that really is what defines Longmont?
I think it's a good question, and what I'm going to suggest is, I've never seen messaging by committee actually be an efficient way to do it, when we've got 15 authors. I'm going to suggest that you've got a great author behind, she may want to bring a couple versions too, that speak to different things that you're saying of how upfront, edgy are we, how aspirational. But I think this is the type of input. Do you feel ready to do perfect?
The only thing I would say is even if this is what we adopted, I think it's stronger than what was
I think it's powerful. I agree. And to see that crafted on the fly, testament to who works with all of it. We are at 10:32. We're about to do a big brain shift between left and right. We're going to now start talking about how to engage regionally. We're going to talk about the airport. To let you do that shift, let's take an 8-minute break. At 10:40, let's be back in seats, ready to get into some of that. I'll tell you as an outside facilitator, although I'm quite familiar with Longmont, having grown up here in Colorado, I always get a little nervous when I'm here encouraging you to put out bold ideas, and the city manager is sitting next to me, who's gonna have to deal with those ideas. That said, Harold gave me pretty free rein to have this conversation, and he thought it was important to really get your ideas for the short-term actionable and the bold vision on the table. But Harold, I would love to hear your thoughts after you've seen the wall of ideas and the matrix of actions. What do you think?
So, from my perspective, and I'll preface this by saying, this is why I asked for a little bit of time, because I have my direct reports looking at this. Because there's frankly not much that scares me in terms of taking things on.
We can be more ambitious.
There is.
We'll get back together.
We'll get back to you on that. I think as I put my eyes on everything on there, what I can say is there's not anything that scares me in terms of what's on the board. I think the challenge will be framing it and sequencing it so that it makes sense operationally. But nothing was out of bounds. Honestly, the thing that I've seen in your conversation is that you were staying very true to the very things that we've been working on. What I appreciate out of this is there was more specificity in terms of what was on your mind. But I've talked to Zach, I've talked to Jen, I've talked to Becky.
Did we check with council?
Do what?
With the law behind us?
Oh, no. Some of his work will come on, like if we were to become our, the idea of becoming our own county, which, operationally, financially, I can see benefits. That's one of those that's a long-term thing. It's not something that you can do in the blink of an eye. Sandy, do you see anything on it? Molly?
Whoever wrote expand DFA, what is DFA?
Direct financial assistance.
Direct financial assistance. Okay, thank you. No, I don't think. There was one up here we had a question about.
Prioritizing for sale housing, that was clear enough. But this one says rent developments exception. And what
Those are the
exceptions?
exceptions. So right now, rental developments kind of lead in what we're doing, and so I want to flip that. I want it to be our for sale that's typically coming to us, and then those rental developments are usually kind of like the low, yeah, they're kind of just coming in here and there, so just flipping that.
So
I
fewer
Or focus on for sale.
Yeah, focus on for sale.
Those are all doable. I think in your role as the housing authority, you're gonna have to flip the mindset because the housing authority is rental. And so just know that there will be some tension in that, but I think in terms of what you put on the board, I don't see anything that is concerning.
Transition from a train to the Hyperloop?
Yes.
Yeah.
They just made a step forward.
Yeah.
And Shakita sent me the link.
So I wanted you all to hear that. I mean, obviously those are, like that one's gonna be more of a state conversation than a local conversation simply because of everything that we're seeing right now, front range passenger rail and those types of issues. So that's gonna be less of a local initiative. But the things that were more local, I think we can pull those together. I do think the graphic that we built, what I'm seeing, and all of this is themes of instead of transportation, housing, and early childhood, what I'm seeing is really the pillars that's being supported by the foundation of core services. You really kind of brought those into this world of social services, economic development, transportation broadly, and then public safety fits into like that safety and security piece. So I think there's.
You're a housing pillar.
Oh, the housing pillar, yeah, housing,
pillar,
yeah. And I'm almost including housing where it sits in social services and economic development because it's really both of those components.
We'll try to categorize it that
So, yeah, I think Harold will bring back to everybody some thinking about structurally what this looks like. But I'm excited by all of the ideas generated, starting with the pre-survey to yesterday's conversations and what we put here, before we get all the way into the weeds on some specific things. Sandy and Harold shared a video with me that we all agreed is worth sharing to set a tone and a reminder, and I think it picks up on some of the language and dynamics we were talking about it, and this is from 10 years ago.
Lines. They mark our achievements and measure our growth. They guide us safely ahead. Lines are what give us shape, form, and definition. They connect the dots and even the stars. Truth is, we depend on lines. And in Longmont, we like to draw our own. It's part of our independent spirit. It's in our history and our heritage. We don't wait for progress to happen. We make it ourselves. We talk about it, we vote on it, and we get it done. Over 100 years ago, we built lines to carry our power, to light our community. Now, our light and our lines have come full circle. We've built new lines to light our future and fill the next chapter of our history. These are the lines of Next Light, Longmont's community-owned and operated broadband internet and phone service. A 100% fiber optic network with speeds and performance among the fastest in the world. A parallel universe where you can reach across space and time at the speed of light. Connect and stay connected, because the only lines that matter are the ones we draw ourselves. Next Light.
So,
There's some words for us to use.
Yeah.
There you go.
We draw ourselves. Yeah.
Well, I think the one where it says we don't wait on progress, we make our progress.
That's,
Those are all things you were saying.
Yeah.
And as I'm listening to it, I'm like, yeah, this reminds me
I've
of
heard
this
that
video.
before, yeah.
And we did this, I think we were probably just heading into the build of Next Light.
We just finished the bill. This was our first introduction of Next Light to the community, 10 years ago.
10 years ago.
So I think we'll use some of those words, is what I'm thinking.
Did that resonate with you?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. I missed that fountain in St. Stephen's Park.
Yeah, you know what? When I was doing the car cruise, like just reaching out to people, there was a guy that told me he was very upset that we took up that fountain. And then he blamed the homeless.
That's great. I think, it's great.
so we've got two topics from yesterday that we want to spend some time on. The first one we're going to talk about is representing and engaging on behalf of Longmont regionally. And I'm going to first open it up to, number one, what that means to you. When we say engaging or representing regionally, what does that bring to mind to you? And I want you to think on two sides of it. The action, but more importantly, what's the intended outcome of doing it? We can name a lot of ways you can engage, but if we don't name why you're doing it, it becomes kind of a waste of time, or at least a little bit of a hamster wheel. So I'm curious, when I put out there, how do you engage regionally on behalf of Longmont? What are the results or the outcomes of the things you're trying to accomplish by doing anything like that?
So for me, I'm on NADA, which is North Area Transportation Alliance, and it's a conglomerate of all these other cities, and every city is fighting for themselves, and yes, I'm also fighting for Longmont, but I'm also fighting for Longmont to connect with all of these other communities. So making sure that, one, I'm representing our city, but also making sure that I'm reminding the other communities that we need to interconnect with each other.
So it's those alliances and those collaborative
We
relationships.
can't work in silos with our neighboring communities.
Anybody else, what are you trying to accomplish?
well, I think with like the consortium of cities, the thing is that they often ask us to talk about how we're handling a certain problem within our community. And then they show us how the county is doing it from a broader perspective. But also recognizing towards the end of our meetings how, where everybody is coming from with specific issues. And then of course, they end on a lighter note about what's maybe happening in our communities about like, oh, there's a fair parade or some sort of thing like that going on. But the fact that from our perspective, that it's always coming back to our council to make sure that we're, when they ask, this is where we're at, you know, getting that feedback so that we know. And it was helpful sometimes during those pre-meetings to kind of see where people were at, to get a gauge before any things. Not that many decisions were ever made, and if there were, then it was usually something that we sent out some sort of email to the rest of the council to kind of chime in on collectively, and then collected by Sandy or whatnot to get that information.
So I'm hearing a few things. I'm hearing partnerships. I'm hearing learning from what others are doing. I'm hearing getting the word out, keeping others. It's a two-way stream of partnerships, learning, sharing, keeping updated, keeping people updated about what's happening in Longmont, and keeping informed about what's happening in other places. What other things do you want to do as ambassadors or networkers on behalf of Longmont?
Okay, I'll go real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
So I put must have strong representatives to support where we're going, what we are doing, and they need to be actionable. So I'm very like critical in this space right now, especially as a newly elected official and just community member who's always asked the question, like, why aren't we furthering some areas that we need to be? And I feel as elected officials, and like even as you go up at the ladder as an elected official, like you're a part of so many meetings and so many spaces, and it's almost like not even meaningful anymore, because then we're just panicking and talking about what's happening in Longmont and how your dog is. But nothing's really being done in some of these meetings. Now I can't speak for all of them, but I can speak for some of them. And I would really like us to be intentional, like we are talking with the boards, on what community meetings are we wasting our time in, right? And that we can back out of, and which ones do we need to be a part of, where we need to be advocating, where we need to be stepping up as a leader. Mr. Popkin, Councilor Popkin was just talking to me the other day about being in a part of a meeting where they were talking about transportation in Boulder, and it was like, what was the statement that they made?
That was actually our transportation advisory board meeting, but the Boulder County transportation consultants came and presented and said they'd done a survey and only 13% of respondents were in Longmont, and which is like not only underrepresented, but like disproportionately underrepresenting who we are. And then they called Boulder the population center, when really there are three population hubs in Boulder County. It's Boulder, Longmont, and Southeast Boulder County.
So it's like credit where credit's due, pushing policy where we need to push it, and being more intentional. And so when we are talking about regionally, I'm just thinking of this kind of collected, organized operation of what are we doing there, what's our motive, and where are we going?
I absolutely love what we're naming here. And I think it's one of the easiest kind of holes to fall down is, well, I was invited, or somebody has always attended, or they're getting together. So I would encourage all of you to look as a council, what organizations you belong to, as council members, what forums you participate in. And it may be an informal neighborhood organization, it may be CCI, it may be CML, any of these. But I would encourage you to get very clear as a council and as individuals at the big point and at the daily why. Why do we participate here? And why am I going to this meeting today? I'm going to go give 2 hours of my time to the CML meeting today. Why? Just because I'm a member? Because they might talk about something? I would encourage you to define what is council's intent in engaging with this body, and anytime you're going to a meeting, what is it that you want to accomplish? And you're naming some of it. But I would go with a specific agenda of, I'm going to this meeting and I want to share this, I want to learn about this, and I want to connect with somebody who does this. So rather than just empty networking, we've all been to these big networking events, right? Whether it's a conference or we go to a big meeting, they're like, okay, and everybody will be out in the hallway for 2 hours to network. And everybody starts with, so how you doing? How's your day? You enjoying it? Go there with a story to tell. Who are you? Who is Longmont? So I think with all of these, and I want to continue talking about where we engage, but I think that has to be a fundamental rule to any meeting you're going to attend, whether it's Zoom or it's downtown Denver or Boulder or here in Longmont. Why am I going? What am I going to give? And what am I hoping to gain by being there? And don't ever lose sight of that give first. People will be much more eager to reach out to you when you go there saying, hey, I want to share what we're doing that may be helpful to you. But with all of it, who do I want to connect with? What do I want to share? What do I want to learn? And what partners do I want to find? Who else has ideas of what it means to be an advocate or an ambassador for Longmont? Matt.
I really appreciate that intentional framing that you offered, because I think it's sometimes too easy to get caught up in the, well, here's what the committee or board's agenda was, and just we're gonna kind of be a passive participant in that. We should always be thinking about what our active agenda is, even if it's 3 minutes that we get. What are those core points, and what do we really want to represent? I think building on Councilmember Prieto's comments, I hope that like we can all be ambassadors, including our staff who serve on some of these regional committees, for what Longmont's clear identity is. And I'll start super basically by saying some of the conversations that surprised me most that I've added value to were not like knowledge of like energy and sustainability that I work in. It was like what Longmont's population is now. Like no joke, like it has surprised RTD. It has surprised other cities in the region. Just 2 weeks ago in NLC, I was talking to some other Colorado front range cities, and they were surprised to hear we're over 100,000 people. That we are the largest, or virtually the largest city in Boulder County. The transportation consultants that Crystal was just referring to, like same thing. I don't know if it's lost, but what people think of us and how large they think we are translates into the value they put on our input and the funding that we get and the priority that we get in the region. And so I think thinking about the clear identity that we can bring and always represent strongly is really valuable. Secondly, building on Councilmember Kalkoffer's statement, I just want to add, I think the collaboration partnership is key, especially for transportation and for even public safety opportunities. But the economy of scale that we can get if we can find some opportunities to leverage even some of our utility infrastructure and some of that in the right ways. I'm not going to go into detail right now on that because it gets complicated really quickly, but there's collaboration both from an economy of scale standpoint and from a like collaboration in transportation. I mean, even transportation routes are an economy of scale themselves. And then the two things I want to add, one, funding is why we engage regionally, county, state, federal, and reducing distractions and annoyances for us is another thing I want to add. Half the bills we take positions on at the state level are infringements upon home rule. Is it because we are really passionate about home rule? Kind of, but it's also because what happens when the state starts to send more unfunded mandates to us? It means our staff are pulled in more directions, it means we're pulled in more directions, and it means we can't execute on some of those priorities and the vision that we have in the way that makes sense for Longmont. And so I think reducing those distractions or focusing the regional efforts that help align our systems better is another reason why we want to engage.
I think several of these were already mentioned, but I think about when I use my role as mayor in different spaces, not just regionally, but even nationally, to be able to share, not just share what we're doing, but also to learn from other communities and what can we bring back to our community that would really support our people. And then even just building those coalitions, like currently we're trying to get our Mexican delegation here. Well, I belong to MAPA, the Mexican American Policy Alliance, where we are actually building coalitions with President Sheinbaum's cabinet. And so building those relationships, and it's like, hey, we need this in our community, and so even taking it internationally to have that.
I love that. And I think that's why for all of these, again, at the long term and at each individual meeting, what am I here to give? What am I here to just give, expecting nothing in return? What am I here to share or educate about Longmont? What am I hoping to learn? And who am I hoping to connect with. And if you think that way and you have 4 goals for every meeting, I think you're going to find that it fundamentally changes the value you get out of them.
Go ahead.
Just because there's new counselors here, I want to mention that this happened when I was fairly new. When the county commissioners, Boulder County commissioners came to speak to us about minimum wage, I asked the question, why Longmont? Why are you starting with us? And they said, because the way Longmont goes is the way everybody goes.
Oh,
in
yeah,
the county.
I mentioned that.
And so that made an impact on me that, whoa, you know, we really need to represent. Because people are watching, looking, and wondering, because we do lead the way in a lot of arenas.
The only thing I wanted to add is you mentioned kind of the networking events, and we've all been to the cocktail parties and the like, and I get that people feel that I'm going to push back just a tiny
How
bit.
many cocktail parties are you going to around here?
Not any sense get us.
Yeah. I do want to say that I think it's still important for Longmont to show up in those spaces. Even because, and it's not even so much to push policy, just having been in the
presence.
Yes, and having been in the places that I've been, a lot of us have been over the years, the relationships that we build in those settings, a lot of policy making and being able to get an audience with people. For example, when we had the Mexican immigrants issue, I was able to get on the phone with one of our senators, and his team got I texted with and was communicated with, and was communicated with his office, and like how you build those relationships with people so that when there's a conversation about like, hey, how do we actually practically advance policy? You at the very least know where to plug in. So those spaces are important.
I think it's very important. And let me clarify what I was saying. I think you need to have that out of everything. Everything should be about relationships.
Yeah.
And all I would say, it's relationships. So somebody will reach out to you, somebody will trust you, somebody will take your call, somebody will stand with you. I think relationships underpin all of it.
Yeah.
My point was, it's easy to go and only develop relationships. And what I'm saying is, I think there's greater value in having, I want to have these things that come out of it.
Well, I was going to piggyback on that whole relationship thing, but then I often think about that when you're not there, when you don't have a seat at the table, you've heard the old saying, that you're on the menu. And I kind of think that we have to make sure that to Councilmember Marsden's point of view, we have to make sure that if that's how we're perceived, then we make sure that we keep that in the back of our mind and be there.
Yeah.
To develop those relationships, to develop those policy standards. And what happened when we had our minimum wage fishbowl? We even had the now mayor of Lafayette as part of that roundtable, and it's because they wanted to have a participatory aspect of what was going on there so that they could come back to their council and be a more active and better member. And those sort of relationships is why we should go to NLC, why we should go to CML to help develop that, because I wouldn't have had as good a relationship that I have with Sal if it wasn't for those opportunities to just sit down and have a cup of coffee with them.
So I want to dig into one specific piece about engaging regionally. Then we're going to pivot and talk airport as I see lunch being rolled in. A couple people have mentioned legislators. And obviously you've got those that represent this area. But I want to talk a little bit about how you think about engaging to have legislative influence. And there's the obvious, our conversations with our own legislators. I will tell you, I had the opportunity when we did the trial run of passenger rail and did an event up here. Spent the day with 3 state legislators from way outside of this area. Came up here with them. We spent the day working in some of the shared workspace down on Main Street. Got to show them downtown Longmont. They fell in love with it, and it was just those casual conversations. I think everybody tends to default to, well, CML or CCI will do our bidding, and we'll show up for a day at the Capitol, and we'll go see and be seen. I'm going to challenge, particularly things like the day at the Capitol, on how much they really get at what you're trying to accomplish. And I will tell you that in my experience over the last 20 years, state legislators in particular are hungry for knowledge. And so going to them should be no different than going to these other organizations. If the only time they see you at the Capitol or in their local offices is because you have an ask, it's a different relationship. So I would love to hear from you guys, what has been your experience engaging with local representatives in the House and Senate or with others? And how that hits you when I say, don't go to ask, go to share, go to inform. What's been your experiences in the House and Senate? Yes, Matthew.
I'll kick this one off. So I bring two perspectives to this. One, current council member role, but also I used to be a consultant and lobbyist for cities. And I think building on what Barry was sharing, a lot of the strategy, both the federal and state levels, was often sharing what we're doing and then letting them ask, how can we help? And it builds that relationship there very intentionally. Usually you go to the right people knowing that there is funding available, or there are programs and services that are coming to fruition that could align with those priorities. But it's a very intentional engagement. It's a very tactical engagement. And it is not just at the moment there's a hearing. It is building up to, I love you sharing that example of the FRPR, the front range passenger rail experience up here. I don't think there was an ask from that event in of itself, right? It was showing people where this destination was, where this at least stop on the front range passenger rail would be, what's offered there. We have even more to offer now with the Front Range Community College planning partnership that's underway. With the first of Main transit station, we can show representatives where their funding is going. We have the $4 million from DOLA. We have $16.5 from RTD. Invite them back up and show them what's in the works, show them those plans. That's how you build momentum on things. And I think one of the biggest and most underrated strategies here is celebrating success. What I mean by that is, okay, so you did get that funding. Congratulations, we got $16.5 million from RTD or $4 million from DOLA. Let's build on that and then invite people back to show this is where your investment is going. And we might be coming back with a little bit more, but here's why. And it's building on that success to capitalize that momentum and leverage it further. Too often communities I've seen this firsthand, communities get a grant and then they're like, great, we got this. And then they go and spend it, and they work on spending it down. And that's important. You have to spend it responsibly, you have to do it and meet all the terms. But if you're not leveraging that for the next opportunity, you're missing something. And so are we as a council.
I completely agree with everything you're saying, and I think, look, obviously, your representatives and senators are the ones that are supposed to be advocating for you. They're also a tiny piece of what sits under the dome. And the two things I have seen the most powerful effects at the Capitol, one Matthew just named. Go back and tell them, hey, when you appropriated these funds, or when we got this grant because of a program you created, here's what we did with it.
Yeah.
And I just want you to know that these 30 families have a place to live. This community has a new economic hub. Just go share the very personal side of it. The other thing I have found to be one of the most powerful things, go to somebody who doesn't have any investment or connection to your community, a representative or a senator, and say, hey, I know that here in Pueblo, you're going through a little bit of a renaissance with your old steel factories. One of the things we did in Longmont was we brought career training and economic development and transit-oriented development into this one hub, and here's what we saw out of it. No ask. Just sharing with them something that may work for their community, and the next time something comes up that Longmont says, hey, we'd really like to, they're gonna remember two things. Number one, they came and gave me something without an ask. And number two, I saw them talking to my colleague next door about how successful they were with the funds we got them. So it's really, again, the same as any of that networking. Share without asking, and then keep telling the story. Tell the Longmont story.
Because then it's more personable, and they remember us, and then when they need to vote on something that affects all of us, they remember us and say, hey, let's vote for this because Longmont is a part of our community as well.
And it helps them advocate for X, right? Because then they have like some solid knowledge behind that.
And look, I mean, you all know that the funds appropriated in the state budget are very rarely, we're going to vote in this bill to give Longmont $2.5 million. It's we're creating this $60 million grant program, but when you come back and say, hey, this made a difference. And when they're thinking about the next one that'll affect more communities, you're making that more possible, and you're becoming their go-to. You're the ones they trust, and you're the ones they want to hear from.
Yeah.
So if I give an example,
Yeah.
the intentionality is one of the things that I consider is when someone goes, hey, will you be part of this, is A, is it worth my time? B, am I there for them to just talk to me, or are they asking to listen to us? And then I'm pretty open in communicating. I did this with you, and I'm like, look, if you just want me to sit there and go along and get along, I'm not gonna do it. And in ways, I embrace the disruptor and trying to really push things home. But then the relationships are falling. So when we were talking about the RTD report, we happened to be there, and someone came and asked a question about why are we opposing this piece of the housing legislation as a home rule. The next thing you know, we're in a conversation with the sponsor.
Wow.
And really talking about, here are the operational problems, here are the challenges. We get what you're saying. We're probably never going to agree on this piece. But here are all these other pieces. And then we actually started seeing that show itself in
Nice.
the next amended version.
Wow.
And it was.
signed by the governor yesterday.
Oh, snap.
Well, it's still a whole little thing.
Better than it was.
Yeah.
But that's the piece, and honestly, that was because I happened to be part of this group where, was part of.
You're referring to the RTD Accountability Committee.
The RTD Accountability Committee, which is now starting to show how it's there, but.
Also the reputation of Longmont.
Yeah.
And just to build on that, and actually, I appreciate the Pueblo example. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it's actually really relevant. We should be thinking of all of the cities that are proposed on the Front Range passenger rail line, and realizing that their success is our success, right? In terms of making that a reality. And so, like, a grant that we get for our TOD is actually extremely valuable for any other city that's trying to make that happen in their community along that same rail line that we're thinking about.
And more importantly, Swiss Pod is developing its Hyperloop in Pueblo.
And if they're able to connect that into our first domain transit hub, I am all ears. But yes, that innovation on that corridor is so critical to making this rail line possible, or this transportation connectivity possible more broadly. And we should be in some ways celebrating Pueblo for that, Fort Collins, when they're getting those pieces, because that makes our success more and more likely, especially there. It would be different if like Aspen got a grant and we just don't have the same level of connectivity there. So like there's a little bit of strategic engagement in picking your battles or picking your relationships a little bit, but and that's a great example of where a community that's 2.5 hours from us, or 3 hours from us, that feels disconnected from anything happening in Longmont is actually very relevant to some of our core priorities.
So, and building those relationships first, so already having the trust of legislators, then to be able to go back and have tough conversations about, hey, this is an unfunded mandate. Okay, I understand that you're looking at Colorado as a whole, rural, other communities that aren't doing the work, but understand that your legislation then is going to negatively impact our community who's already committed and far ahead on that spectrum.
And look, we have a constant turnover of legislators. I think in our current session, a little over, or close to a third of them are freshmen. So you're always going to be need to talk to somebody you don't know, but I'm going to just hammer the point, build the relationship. You talking to a legislator or their chief of staff or their LA, their legislative aide for the first time when you have an ask, and whether that ask is give me or don't do that to me, that hits a lot differently when you've got a relationship, and you've got a relationship because they've seen you succeed, and because you went and shared something of value with them without ever asking. So what I want to wrap up this session before we pivot to our other carryover topic is on everything you're doing as an ambassador or networking out there and representing Longmont. Number one, relationships. It's building relationships with no ask. It's becoming somebody they trust and respect, and you accomplish that by number one, giving something of value without asking for anything. hey, here's a program we did, or here's a hard lesson we learned. Give, look to share about Longmont, look to learn about the people there, and then look to forge not just the relationships, but the partnerships. And that partnership may be with somebody in Boulder, in Lafayette, and maybe with somebody in Pueblo or Trinidad. And yes, those are intentional because of FRP. I think there's a lot up in that line. I also think there's some interesting things in places like Moffat County and Craig, where we're going through a whole transition with the coal mines that Washington doesn't want us to shut, but
And the ski train.
they're gonna shut. We've got mountain rail coming, there's a whole lot going on. So in everything, when you think about representing Longmont, whether that's in Boulder County, CML, CCI, Dr. Cog, any of the issue-oriented groups, whether that's around transit, whether that's climate, whether that's business development, again, for all of this, what can I give so that people will look to me as a trusted partner? What can I learn? Who can I partner with?
Can I offer one last thing on this? Because part of this is not just what we're doing, but how we're coordinated on this. And I want to pull it back on this because we know that we talked about a lot of the Open Meetings Act limitations on how we communicate. So I wanted to suggest two things. One, that, and Sandy, can I tag you in here for a second?
Oh, sure.
So as we move forward on this, it does us really no good if other ones of us don't know what else is being asked for and talked about. And so I wanted to encourage more coordination on messaging and clear asks as we're going into these different circles. And so two ways I think we can do that are, one, informing Sandy when we've had impactful or relevant regional and state conversations so that she can triangulate and then like checking in with her to know like, hey, I'm meeting with Representative McCormick tomorrow to check in. Is there anything I should be aware of in our grant pipeline, or that any other council members have recently shared with you, or that you and Harold have been working on that I should be reinforcing or not crossing wires with? The biggest problem we run into, and I've seen this in other cities, is if Councilmember Kalkoffer is saying the exact opposite thing that I'm saying on transportation. And then people think Longmont doesn't know what its head from its tail.
Yes,
And what it
that's happened here.
I'm sure it has.
Yes.
And so going through Sandy and or sharing during like council comments at the end, if Mayor, if this is okay, a good use of that time.
It is a good use of that time.
Then
You
sharing-
can make it earlier in the night.
You control the agenda, let us know when in the night you want us to share that. But if we can share a brief update, hey, I chatted with this person, or I had a productive meeting with Commissioner Stoltzman the other day, just want to see me after if you have an upcoming meeting. It doesn't have to be long, but it could be on these topics, so that we at least know where we're starting from. It could be either with council, via Sandy, or both. But then we're actually working together as an organism and not crossing wires. I'm curious, Councilmember Marsing, while you're wincing at some of the things I'm saying.
No, I'm not trying to wince. If I look like I'm wincing, I'm not trying to.
It feels like I'm pinching you somewhere.
No, I'm
Curious
thinking.
what-
No, I'm thinking. I'm in agreement that these are all good things. I'm sorry if my.
Oh, okay. No, if you disagreed, I wanted to.
No, I agree.
Okay, great.
So the only thing I would add is that with specifically at the state, there's a whole infrastructure that exists around these folks to support them. As somebody who was in LA for years, supporting, working with their, not just their staffs, but the legislative council staff, JBC staff, depending on what the ask is. Quite frankly, and this is, maybe not the best maybe not the best thing about the legislature. Very often, if a legislator is running a bill, they won't know that what's in the bill until they are about to walk it into committee. Like they're getting the fact sheet on the way in to run the bill. And that's not a great way to legislate necessarily, but there are some folks, I mean, it's true, there are some folks who write bills without knowing what's in them. Helping them and their teams and the teams around them fully understand the impacts is just as important as the legislators themselves.
Thank you for bringing that up. So I'm part of Colorado Mad Moms. So we're a group of mad moms who support kids with severe mental illness. And in our coalition, we're 500 strong now, with most of our representatives coming out of Longmont. So,
Wow.
So it's
A lot of
very
mad
exciting.
moms in Longmont.
We are a mad bunch here in Longmont. But working with Amable's staff.
Yes.
So it was like, it opened my eyes, even though the years I had been involved with lobby days through the union and doing all this, working with legislators, it was like, we really need to be connecting with their staff to get those details in to create quality legislation.
You want to
And it
get
gets-
more staff in the conversation.
More
That's
staff.
even more helpful, so.
Yes.
you
And
know,
it
For
gets-
example, before Sean goes to Consortium of Cities.
Yes.
He gets the agenda,
Yes.
he knows what they're
I
gonna talk
saw
about.
that.
He gets back with staff, we provide him information so that he's really well prepared.
Yes.
So it's the same thing, if you know you're about to have a conversation with somebody about some sort of topic, let us know, either staff can come with you or provide information.
And I would
No, it is
just, to kind of wrap this up, I
Yeah.
totally agree with your point about the role of LAs and Ledge Council down there. And I think that's why it's so important. Okay, it will be the legislator that's gonna make that gut call. I wanna get behind this. They're gonna be strongly informed by their LA. What goes into the bill is gonna come out of Ledge 8 and Ledge Council. And again, that comes back to relationship. Give, be a trusted ally to them. If you get to the point where somebody on Ledge Council and a couple of Ledge aides say, I know I can call Matthew, it's not a bill he has any direct interest in, but he knows this. And if I can call him and he's just going to be a trusted thought partner,
Yeah.
that relationship is worth more than any lobbyist or any organization. I'm sure that Sandy and Harold will work with all of you on instructions. I love the point of being intentional and knowing when you're going and why. Do we still have time before lunch to get into airport?
I don't think so.
Yes, I think lunch is scheduled for noon, but we have invited members of the youth
Oh, yes.
council to join us, so.
Yeah.
Hi, thanks for coming.
So here's what I want to do. I want to tackle airport. I'm going to give us 36 minutes.
Okay.
I'm going to have Harold set the stage a little bit.
Uh-huh.
What I don't want to do is dwell on what we really dislike that the airport board has done in the past, how members got appointed or reappointed.
Yeah.
I want to move this really into, what do you want out of an airport board? Before we go there, Harold, is there any context that you want to put? Because I think we all know.
No, I think that's it.
Yeah.
Because I think the context I would provide is, eventually, that's gonna come to us, and we have to craft
Yeah.
the ordinance that is creating the board. And so the only thing I was gonna say is, what do you want?
So,
Okay.
a lot going on over there, a lot of opportunities.
Yes.
I heard early, it's us versus them. I will transparently disclose, I'm a skydiver, got a lot of friends that jump there. I personally jump at another place out in Fort Morgan. They've gone through a lot of changes, and I know the dynamics they've had with the community and with neighbors. But I'm curious, having done work with a handful of airports, from some small municipal airports in Florida that had commuters, that had skydiving, to things like, I remember, I'll date myself, 94th Aero Squadron was a restaurant on the runways at Stapleton when it was still a functioning airport. And it was one of the biggest economic beneficiaries of Stapleton Airport.
Wow.
And it wasn't on the airport, it wasn't in the terminal, it was at the also one end of a runway. So I've seen airports from Santa Barbara to Vero Beach do all kinds of interesting things. They're driven by a central vision, and they're driven by a collaborative approach between those recreational pilots, skydivers, business owners, the local landowners and communities. So I'm curious from all of you, what do you want in your airport tour?
In our
The
board
board
or
or the
airport?
Both, because I think one
We start with the
Technical
ladder.
real code.
What's that?
We start with the ladder and then work to.
Yeah, let's get to the
Absolutely.
board, the airport.
The airport board.
I think that's an
Airport and then the government.
Let's do the
Airport,
airport.
then-
and the board.
Let's start at the
Yeah.
airport.
And I think, can I jump in? I think from a staff perspective, I think that's what we really struggled with. Is what is it so you have your financial challenges and all of that stuff, but really, what is it that the council wants from the airport? Because it's hard for us to triangulate on a direction.
Open floor.
Anybody else want to start? Okay. I will start in saying, I think the airport needs to be a community asset that everybody can feel good about. And to get there, that takes investment in a few key places. I assume we've all been out there a number of times and done the tour and all that. I think the FBO needs significant work and needs investment. I think there's a whole south side that needs to be, like, aviation folks come to us and talk about hangar construction, I'm on board with that conversation. Like, I think investing and making it something that is financially sustainable, that is and that people feel invested in. Like, I want folks to understand what's going out there. And if that means you have a restaurant out at the FBO that folks go out, like, I don't know what that means. I know that that gets brought up a lot, but I want folks to be able to feel good about going out there. Annual air show, like how can we make that something folks really want to be a part of and feel engaged in, so that when they hear planes coming over the top of their head, they understand why, what the impact is, and can feel good about the overall.
I think you're hitting on such important points, and I think you all have to decide. Is the airport something that you want simply to exist and not disturb people and be self-supporting, or do you want it to really be embraced by the community?
I'll
and
just
have something.
Wrap up and then I'll shut up. I think I would like to see it be truly embraced by the community. But to get there, in my opinion, we kind of have to, and are going through a period of a little bit of what I'm seeing is short-term pain for what I hope is going to be long-term gain, both in governance efficiency and ultimately finances, when we have that conversation. So.
And I would piggyback on that. I see a big image for the airport that encompasses that and makes it's something that makes the general non-aviation community feel like they have a part of that.
Yeah.
They want to go out there, and I see something like I say to people when they say, what do you want from the airport? I look at like the clubhouse in Berthoud for the golf course. Literally something that has meeting room space, space for retail, space for museum, space for business opportunities, and with Sundance coming, I see a space for folks to feel like while they're waiting for something for a plane to pick them up, or to after they've been dropped off, to make that happen. That doesn't come free, and the end users should be the ones that are paying for it. And I don't like this idea of where, like Buckingham Palace, that people are standing there waiting for the guard to change at the end of the runway on the other side of a fence, and that sort of thing. I also have students, like I think of Anna, who's a pilot in training. And, I can see her flash forward 10, 15 years. And because of the view of the airport corridor, it's not open space, but just nobody knows that it isn't, that it's just got this surrounding influence area that we really should be trying to build under. I don't want to build under it. I want it to be this cute airport that has some opportunities for some advanced aviation and development of hangars. But again, when we ever have talked about whether it be landing fees or anything like that, when we talk about landing fees, they say we should charge more on hangars. But then when we talk about hangars, they don't want to talk about the raising the price of hangars. So it's just always, it's like, whatever the topic is, we don't want that. And that's my concern. I want to see something better for that.
And here's what I think we need to
pull us back up. So for me, let's leave. So I travel a lot because my dad lives in Austria. The vision that I see for our airport is similar to the Salzburg airport. Red Bull is headquartered in Salzburg, if you all don't know that. Red Bull has a museum of all of their Red Bull planes and Baumgartner's capsule and Pursuit. We have a lot of aerospace history. We can have it as a community hub for people to understand our history of aerospace, but we also have Front Range Community College, and we also have St. Vrain Valley School District, who has a great drone program. So for me, I think of it as a community hub where people can go and be wowed, but also learn to wow everybody else. So a place where people can gather, but a place for people to learn, to be the next pilots, to be the next astronauts, to be drone operators. I see it as both research and development, but also a community gathering space. We do need meeting spaces, we do need a nice, restaurant, but let's make it a center where we're teaching people and people are going there to learn and get experience.
I think that kind of vision setting is exactly what I'm hoping we can do, because it starts with vision. What is it there to do? Is it just aviation and sky recreation, or is it education? Is it economic development? Is it all of these different pieces? Is it part of that Longmont is on the cutting edge? And there's a drone school there. I think we can start with vision, we can talk about the strategies. I have a good friend who likes to say, the strategies are few, the tactics are many. So we can name we want to engage the community, those are the strategies. The strategy is, we want to offer something that everybody feels there's something for them in this aviation complex. Whether we do a night, a fair that's like the 1940s ball down at the Boulder Airport, or whether we're doing skydiving events, or those are the tactics. We can get to those. What are the strategies and what's the vision? And I love you bringing in everything we've been talking about that is Longmont into this. Stan.
So to Councilor McCoy's point, we were, I think it was 2 years ago, talking about the master plan for the airport, and there was money there. It was Joni Marsh said there was money there, and then now it's again a stone wall. And I think we need to start there, get a master plan together, which is the visioning, right, and present it to this citizenry, and then move into how do we enact it.
So I want to bring
We seem to be
Matthew.
in this weird spot where we're just
I want to get Matthew in to share his thoughts, and then I think there's actually pretty quick alignment from all of you. Part of it is there's a need for a master plan. There seems to be a general view that this needs to be a resource where there's something that everybody in the community says, I want to get out there. I want to see those artifact airplanes from World War II, or I want to learn about those drones. So we can do that. I want to bring Matthew in, and then I want to talk, if this is where we want to go with the airport, what does that mean for what the airport board
Can
needs
I
to
jump
do?
in real quick?
Yeah, please.
I think the master plan is a technical function out of the FAA process. So I think the visioning is kind of what you just said, because the visioning then leads to what are we discussing in the master plan? Otherwise, and I'm saying this, so when I came in and they did it, it was
2011.
in 2011.
Wow.
It was a master plan that was really about, literally that they presented the final master plan, and it was about kind of just continuing what was there.
Plus runway expansion.
Do what?
Plus runway expansion.
Runway expansion, but then it was all about just hangar development. There wasn't the conversation that you all just had about a
Going
community
beyond what it could be.
aerospace, economic.
Sorry.
We will pull the old master plan.
But I just say the visioning first of what you want.
And that's why I think it's important.
Facilitate the master plan.
100%. Matthew, I want to get you in, and then let's talk, what does that mean for what the board should?
Can I go after Matthew since I didn't get to share?
Yeah.
It'll be quick.
So, a quote from someone that, there's a quote that I really like from someone in the energy space, but I think it really applies here, which is, sometimes a problem can't be solved not because it was too big, but because it was framed so narrowly that its boundaries don't encompass the options and degrees of freedom and synergies needed to actually solve it. And what I really appreciate about what I'm hearing, and I think where the conversation has been starting to go, is that we're trying to expand the degrees of freedom. We're trying to expand what the airport's actually trying to do for the community, and therefore we're expanding the funding opportunities, the strategies and the tactics that can actually be part of addressing this. And so there are a couple of things I want to add into this conversation. I think the master plan before, and this is no disrespect to anyone involved in that process, was framed just from the aviation space and focus. And I think that's because that's historically what that has been used for. And right now, I think it's currently slated, I think it's currently in a funding cycle for 2028, I believe it is, for revamping that. That means the funding is there, that means the master plan starts actually in 29. I think that's too late. And so just from a priority standpoint, and I know this is layering a complicated thing in here, but we already have a lot of the pieces, I think, in the works. We started conversations on electrification, we started conversations on rates and charges. If we're able to accelerate that, then we can, and that's a conversation going back to regional coordination with our FAA representatives or with the funding cycle. Can we swap some things around, or where can we pull some funding for, or what can that funding that was earmarked from the FAA for that be used for after we do the master plan? So there's a lot of pieces to that. The two main visionary pieces I wanted to add to, or vision pieces I wanted to add to this were fully agree with the community amenity piece, the museum, the meeting space, the restaurant, the FBO piece. Love that. We mentioned recreation earlier as well. There are 5 gateways in Longmont. 2 of them are on 287, north and south. 2 of them are on 119, southwest and east. And the 5th one is the aerial gateway to Longmont. That's at the airport. And we just don't talk about it much because a lot of people don't interact with it.
Yeah.
And that is somewhat a function of aviation is not currently used for everyone. I don't think we should lose sight of the fact that aviation is going to go through a rapid innovation over the next 2 decades. And there are already companies doing vertical takeoff, doing short duration commercial flights.
You're talking about commercial.
Yeah, I'm not talking about large commercial, I'm talking about like
Small commercial,
regional
yeah,
transportation.
Yes, yeah.
Where we're gonna see, I'm not saying we're at the Jetsons, but like, that's not a far cry when you start to look at what's being developed in drone technology and what's being developed in the electric aviation and vertical takeoff spaces. And so I don't want us to lose sight of that because we actually have a really unique opportunity running our own electric utility and Nextlight that we can pull a lot of these things together.
Is the airport the next light? Is what it's not.
Bold question. Interesting question. So from a local gateway, it's not just a placemaking opportunity and community amenity, it's also a transportation hub. And I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that like that could play a very important role 2 decades from now in our economic infrastructure and our local economy, and we have to start that planning now. Like, so
I'm
that's.
sorry, you don't have to wait for that master plan.
So that's,
That's all I'm saying.
we don't have to change the master plan to do
Wonderful,
that.
then let's not waste our time with that, great.
So we're gonna, I am gonna keep us.
So just the last thing I wanted to add is on this piece of sustainability. On the piece of sustainability and electrification, that actually in the airport aviation space is probably gonna be a huge hub of helping address some of the issues we have 5-10 years from in terms of noise, in terms of quality of life, 5-10 years from now perhaps. But again, that planning starts now, that infrastructure investment and electrification investment starts now. And again, we run our electric utility, which is a huge competitive advantage that we have that other communities don't have.
And I think there's examples of what you're talking about here in Colorado.
Centennial's a great one.
Centennial, the old Jeffco Airport.
Yeah.
When I was a student pilot, there were no commercial planes and no jets in and out of there.
Wow.
It was Pipers and Cessnas. I'm a little, but let me get your thoughts, and then I do want to drill into the board.
Mine will be really quick. So we're talking about our master plan. I do see a need to create a more, like a 2 to 3 year or 3 to 4 year comprehensive plan with like clear goals. Like what do we want? Like kind of like we're trying to get to a sustainable Longmont by 2030. Like I want this to be 2 to 4 years. Like what are our priorities in these first 2 to 4 years, and let's execute them.
Actions.
Yeah.
So let's be actionable. Also, we're always talking about our systems and like how are we gonna find money for the rec center and how are we gonna find money for this and how to. So I want to make sure that our airport can generate income in and income out, income in and income
Yes.
out, and that it's not reliant on the city, it's not reliant on property taxes or anything like that. That whether it's the airport, whether it's building hangars, which I'm interested in, and maybe creating like other spaces on that land to help additionally generate income. I think that's going to be a really smart move from us. And then let's see. But I do also want to make sure like there is a big issue in the community with residents who are having issues with noise or. So I do want us to be really creative in making sure that we're addressing that issue, and it's very complicated. It's very complicated, but I do think that we can find a middle point in solving that problem. So whether it's coordinated meetings that we have with, let's see, with our flight schools, our pilots, our regional representatives, and the neighbors, and so it's like usually community misunderstands each other and doesn't give a shit about one another, excuse my language, when they don't know one another,
Back to relationships.
So, but I'm likely to listen and change my behavior based off of relationship that I've developed. And so if we can find ways to put folks in the same space and work on ideas as to how we can solve this issue together from both sides, I think that's also gonna be very beneficial. And I'm done.
No,
I'll
ma'am.
make it literally 60-second, lightning round, because then we need to get into what are we doing.
And I haven't said anything, so this is helpful conversation for me, being part of the FAA subcommittee for the NWMCC, the Northwest Mayors and Commissioners Coalition. We'll be going to DC to meet with the FAA. So looking at what are ways when we look at grant opportunities that would incorporate transition to unleaded fuel, to transition to electrical aviation. So giving us these opportunities to collect federal dollars to fund enhancing our airport, building that economic development. So, this is helpful for me, but yeah, I think we as a council need to be stepping more into the role. I've just seen so many, throughout my tenure on council, we kept kicking it back to the airport, kicking it back to the board. But I think we need to figure out what we want. We need to be able to set those standards and norms and expectations, and then give it back to a board or a commission, whatever we decide.
Who's got lightning round?
10 seconds. Really quick. So I appreciate what Mike has said many, many times. Sundance is also a huge opportunity for us. We can become a hub for Sundance, whether it's at the airport, at the Boulder County Fairgrounds. We also need to use that to our advantage because Sundance is coming and we have the capability and the space to really leverage that event coming here. And how do we, make sure we're an economic engine to make sure we're getting there.
And I will tell you just quickly on that note, I will assure you, if you reach out to Eve Lieberman, who's the head of the Office of Economic Development and International Trade, Lisa Kaufman, who led the effort to get Sundance here, and tell them Longmont wants to be a partner to Sundance. How can we work with you? It's going to open amazing doors.
The only thing I will say very quickly, I think, speaking to Councilmember Pieto's point, what I mentioned yesterday about these communities that are deeply engaged in this conversation, often talking at each other, past each other, the us versus them mentality, I would very much like to see at some point before we really engage in this process, a fishbowl kind of conversation with these communities. I felt like that format was very beneficial for folks to hear each other. I think us creating a space where we can get these communities together and have them talk in a way that's a little bit more sensible would be reasonable.
I was going to suggest
believe
actually
that's
something like,
sort of being planned as part of the AMS work that we emailed
Okay.
you all about.
yeah, I was going to suggest something like that in the spirit of as we figure out what the next governance structure is.
Okay, so I'm going to pause this.
Yeah.
It's more focused.
Harold gets to talk, and then we're going to talk board for 15 minutes, and we're going to have lunch with the youth council.
So I want to capture some things. So obviously I heard the FBO, obviously investment in the airport, but with an interactive experience, it becomes a community hub that focuses on things like research and development, partnering with Front Range and St. Vrain Valley School District. We talked about the master plan, that the master plan is distinct from the visioning, so we don't necessarily need to link those two and have that cost. And the piece that I wanted to touch on with you all is something that I forgot, I don't know who said it, but it's kind of envisioning possibilities and unlocking options is, if it's truly unlocking options, and I know that clearly, that gives us the ability to look in systems thinking with other things that we're doing as an organization that we can link into this conversation, which does start creating some tailwinds financially and being able to do this. So there's some things that we've been contemplating, like how do I work with LPC when we're looking at fire resiliency to then, and they're putting plans together right now in terms of driving electric lines in an area to electrify the south side of the airport so that you can start achieving some of these things. And if I know I have that kind of flexibility, then it's easier for us to start diving into these things. Because prior to this conversation, I was anticipating it as, okay, I'm gonna have to really sell this because that wasn't a policy direction, it's things I've heard. But it wasn't something that was a direction from council that says, yeah, look at all the options you have to achieve these pieces.
Right.
then the options really start exploding in terms of how we move forward. So for me in clarity, just as I'm taking this vision, is that what you all are saying to us as staff? Look at all options?
Yes.
Except,
Be innovative.
except, I'm not convinced that expanding the runway is advantageous to this, because I think of my student Anna, who flies out of Rocky Mountain, and her whole thing is why she comes over here to do touch and goes. It's because it doesn't have jet traffic. And so I think if we want it to be, there are smaller jets that can fly in there.
And they do.
And they do, and that's fine. But I think we do not want it to be that level. If we want it to be more commercial for this, we need to look at the FAA's idea of Ospreys and other things like that they're pushing.
Yeah, I'm not getting into the details, I'm just saying.
We have final choice.
You have final choice.
I do think all of those options, I don't think we should be picking options. I think all those options should be brought to the table, and then we should determine
can
that.
then
And that's fine by me too. That's fine.
Get ready to go.
We have 12.
But for the boards, I think this is good, because now that we know that we want to broaden the scope
That's
of
exactly where I wanted to
Yes,
go.
yes.
Is I want everybody, each person has 2 minutes. What should this mean for the board?
So for me, I now that we're not as narrow focused about what we are envisioning for the airport, I think we need to broaden the scope of who's on this board so they can help us become these visionaries and provide us some of these ideas.
Do you need economic development
Right.
people? Do you need
Same
entertainment
framing.
people? Do you need
Educators.
tours, educators?
So I think that we need to have people on this board that are representing this grander idea versus, our like very narrow focus, like our master plan. The reason why we're in this situation is because we haven't really opened the scope. We've been very narrow. So for the board in the future, I think it needs to represent all of these different ideas, people from the museum, people from the education system, of course, yes, aviators as well, but we need to represent where we want us to go.
What do you guys think? Drone school out at the airport? Who else has thoughts? Is there a general agreement that this board needs to look more like what these options and the future could look like than a typical aviation and neighbors board?
I would,
Well, wait a minute, we had
But,
talked
okay,
about citizen assemblies, and we had it on our agenda. I don't know if that's part of this conversation, but we haven't talked about it yet.
It was in the packet, the information about.
So what I want to do is for right now, really
So
stay focused on the
I think that might
airport
be a
board.
way to pass through a lot of these topics with people who aren't necessarily invested one way or another, but can bring forward ideas from expert testimony.
Come around the group in order. What does it mean for the board?
I think for the board, it means that we take an opportunity to reset, take on, really could further this conversation to the mayor's point and say, okay, let's hash this out, fully what is the vision, and then pass it back, right? With a broader scope. And for me, I still remain like, is that where we pass it on to an authority, right? And I'm not firmly in favor of that idea, but it's a question of how do we do that in the way that makes the most sense? Either way, I think we're in agreement that we have, we have a real need if we really want to make this airport a community airport, something that is not insular in nature, and that it is a broader scope of folks that we're talking about, really giving input and potentially, if we go the authority route, like actual control over this asset that the city has. I don't know that I'm there yet, but for me, it's about broadening the scope of voices that we have in this conversation. So it isn't, frankly, like it's been for a long time, which is a more narrow focus. I think that needs to be reflected, and that takes the reset.
Yeah. Let's continue, Ren.
oh, okay, well, I absolutely agree with Alex and Jake about the reset. That is exactly what it is, and it might be we reset, we get through some of the difficult issues, and then we reset with board or authority, whatever it becomes, in that December phase, and we start the fresh year off that way, and then we do that. I know that there'll be some. This is not like our earlier conversation about where there's some boards should exist and that.
No.
This is one of those ones where it was 50 years in the making. And now we need to reset and move to the next direction.
Yeah.
And this really needs to be the positive thing that we're trying to make it, not some sort of us against them. I know it's painted that way. I know there's a few that want to make it that way, but it really isn't that way. And it's just feeling to the mayor's point of this idea that we get this point, we get something going here, and then it gets kicked down the can there because something else comes up. And maybe it's sex offenders living in a neighborhood, or something else that gets onto it. So I'm really thinking that the best thing we can do is reset and move on.
Yeah, okay. So, I think for the board, I mean, for us to really visualize what we want from this board, we have to do something radical. And I think this is radical. But, we're looking at, our solutions need to be vast. Our solutions need to go beyond just the airport aviation itself, but looking at economic, education, arts, all of those pieces. And so I do want all those people at the table when we're who are making these decisions or bringing back feedback to us. Yeah. And so having the board encompass all of those voices, as well as community who aren't really in the airport, but have the impacts.
And I think that's an important reminder, for us as a group, for anybody watching this streaming, we're not talking about kicking everybody out of the conversation who's been part of it. We're talking about building a longer table.
Yes.
To have more of the voices.
Exactly.
So I'm on two ends here. I don't think we should decide who we want at the table until we know what the table looks like.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, agreed.
And so,
That's
so this could
just a
go
bigger table.
one of two ways. I'm in opposition, of course. I've said it the whole time of dissolving the board, which we have not done yet. So officially, right now, we still have a board. I do see value in one, either recruiting more board members and having a full board so they could be a part of those conversations and truly understand council's vision for the airport. I think it'd be very beneficial to the long-term kind of sustainability and just logic and thinking around what we want and how they can support us. Two, if that's not going to be the case, then I think we wait till we do the 2 to 4 year comprehensive plan. We have an idea of what everything looks like, and then we decide who's going to be at that table and who's going to participate. So 1 or 2.
Matthew, what are you thinking for the board?
I want us to think beyond the board structure. And what I want us to think here is, first of all, I want 2 things. Whatever entity we create here, whatever structure we create, it needs to be staffed in a way that really supports the execution of the vision that we're talking about. That's number 1. Number 2, I actually want this to be, I want us to think beyond advisory board because I think it should do more than what it currently does. And not just in who is there. I like the idea of the regional input. I think this could be a situation if we set up an authority or commission where you have an LEDP representative, you have a Visit Longmont representative, you have St. Vrain Innovation Center as a rep on there, you have some pilots, you have some community members. We can think about exact membership, but I think we should get into more of this almost a regional board kind of concept that actually services a lot of the vision ideas that we just had. And I think the third piece I want to add into this conversation, maybe provocatively, but I actually want it to have more power than it currently does.
I agree.
And I will tell you what that lightly means to me right now. I want it to be able to take on more. I don't think council needs to approve leases. I don't think we need to be, unless we legally need to, if we can, that's one example of power that we can say, I don't think that's additive to our agenda and our policy making efforts.
So planning, there's a path, planning and zoning commission, they approve.
Correct, they do minor developments, we are the major development.
Back up the strategies from past.
But I think the powers that are not policy vision, overall policy and vision setting fully, I would love to see those basically live within this authority or commission that we create so that it takes some of the work off of our plates and lets some of the kind of operational and maybe light strategy happen at that commission or authority level. I think that will just be a more seamless process overall. And so that's just 1 or 2 examples, but I think whatever is created here, this is where I actually very much disagree with Councilmember Prieto because I think that the current, calm your horses, the current structure doesn't have any power.
Yeah.
The current structure
There is no
doesn't have.
structure.
There is a structure. You read our code, there's a structure. It is volunteer, it is advisory only. We have boards, Housing and Human Services that you used to chair. Planning and zoning that I used to be on, those have real powers.
It doesn't mean that it can't evolve.
So here's what I'm gonna suggest. I think we're getting into weeds that are probably a 4-hour conversation about
Yeah.
authorities and structuring, and I agree.
2-hour conversation.
I agree it needs to happen. What I'm gonna suggest is give Harold and Sandy and the team the opportunity to take this vision you've laid out and probably talk with Eugene and look at a lot of things on what does it look like to restructure it with this intended role, and what are some of the options where it would have more authorities, what are the options where you've got something functioning now rather than disbanding it,
Yeah.
but what does it look like to build it to meet the purpose you all have for it, instead of the one that has limped along
Yeah.
for decades.
I want to just say one last thing, and that is the bulk of the pilots that I have conversations with are very civil, intelligent, capable people that bring all kinds of great ideas to the table, and are not intentionally bomb throwers and throwing grenades into the middle of everything and then asking us all to just say, act like nothing happened. So I guess I feel like that's what I want to get away from, and I want to move to a board that understands, just like planning and zoning, that you don't have to have a realtor, a developer, a contractor, a designer, or an architect on that board to get quality information out of it and quality decision-making out of it. It can be from every walk of life, and that's what's critical about our boards and commissions, that we have people. I served on planning and zoning, I'm an educator. I want more of that, less of the, NIMBY.
And I would just say, I think you will find, the idea of putting people together and having these conversations will break it down a lot. I know the airport where I trained the most down in Florida skydiving, we were viewed as the delinquents of the town. And
You personally, or?
probably. And it's not entirely inaccurate. The local recreational pilots were viewed as a bunch of yahoos. People constantly complain, we decided to get everybody together. And we brought them together, and first it was some town hall meetings that were facilitated. Then it was, we brought everybody together for a barbecue. And a big bouncy house. And it turned out that among the skydivers were ER doctors and mechanical engineers. Among the pilots were accountants and educators, and the community actually became interested in what was happening at the airport because people turned from these unknown things in the sky into humans that they can talk with.
Yes.
And I think when you humanize it, you have an entirely different conversation. And if you humanize this around a vision of an airport center for everybody, you're gonna get a lot of energy around it.
Can I just add one sentence?
Yes.
Just a connection too that I made at my recent tour at the airport. I'm a big part of the car cruising community. Like Longmont is a huge cruise epicenter, and people work on their old school and classic cars, and it brings all types of community together. And when I did my tour, I saw that in our airport pilots and their engines that they're working on. It was so similar to our car cruise community. And I just thought that was so interesting that I made that connection between the two. These are guys who worked their whole life to build these engines. We have kids building engines. We have people coming together to be in community, showing off their rides, whether it's in the sky or on the ground. And so I also wonder as well, like I've made that connection. It helps me to see them more like what type of community they are, but also how can we get those two communities together in the future?
It's a great observation.
Let's do this. I'm gonna ask Harold, just any reflections you're hearing, and then if you wanna transition us and intro the youth council and send us into lunch.
No, I think I've heard enough that we can actually sketch something out and bring it back to you all for a more in-depth conversation.
Heard enough.
Well, no, I think,
He meant that in the most positive way.
no, I think you get some high-level pieces of which we can bring that back and then incrementally start diving into it that I think will help us move through the conversation where we can get into strategies and tactics. Because there's positive unintended consequences, there's negative unintended consequences. One of the things we'll ask you all is how much control do you want? To the question we just heard, because this process will impact how much control the council has versus this process. And so we can, I think, based on what you said, work you through these steps.
Lunch plan, other than welcoming?
So we certainly welcome our youth center, our youth council members. I think our hope for the session over lunch is that each council member pair up with a youth council member.
Probably two.
And maybe two, yes, maybe more than that. And to be able to discuss kind of the future of Longmont. So you all have put a whole bunch of stuff over on the doors. It would be lovely if you wanted to share with the youth council members that you're meeting with. But I would really encourage you to take the opportunity. You were talking about hearing the voice of the youth. Here they are right in front of you. Ask them what they would like to see in Longmont and what they see are the challenges that they're facing as the next generation of leaders in this community. So it's a pretty free-flowing, open conversation. We have an hour for lunch. We would encourage you to get your lunch. If you don't have to stay in this room, you can go out here, you can go outside. It's nicer today than it was yesterday.
Okay.
So, I don't know the best way to pair folks up. I don't know, Jenny, Giselle, do you have any ideas on how to
just
pair
kind
people
of
up?
pair two people up as we go.
Real quick,
So,
yes, good.
So
what
you
do we-
raise your hand and then, okay, so
Yeah.
we'll have Lachlan and Lupita. Okay, so you'll go with, I'm sorry, Alex. And then, right here, Jake. Can we have, we'll have Julissa and, I'm blanking, Paula. Can go with Jake, and then Diana. We'll have Estrella and Luciana. And then Sean, we'll have you two in the back over there, is that okay? And then, with Susie, we'll have Sienna, and we'll have, Jose. And then with, our liaison, we will have Alex and we'll have Audrey. And then did I miss anybody? Okay, so then we'll actually split a couple people up then so we can have some for, actually, Alex, I'm gonna have you go right here. And then I think that'll be okay. Is that all right?
I think that works great.
Thank you so much.
So we have an hour for lunch. We'll gather back here, including the council, to talk about what you learned.
Take one of these.
Create a big circle.
Well, one, Youth Council, thank you for taking some time on a Saturday afternoon to be with us. The goal of this is, one, for everybody to have some connections, and for the city council to really hear from all of you. I also am really curious to hear from all of the youth council, so I'm gonna put you on the spot first, and then I'll go to the city council. I want to hear from the youth council what you learned. Was there something that surprised you in a good or bad way, or anything that you got excited about talking with the city council members? I'm going to start back here.
I'm excited to learn that they have more plans to put education forward, because that's something that I really want for education, and like more opportunities with teachers and education just to be better.
I realized that like Longmont hasn't changed for long in the past few years.
Yeah. What'd you learn? What excited you?
I got some good advice to always take like advantage of the opportunities that present themselves to you, and to make decisions for your future self.
I love it.
I got really excited about an idea we talked about how teens can find jobs and like how to kind of work around that and make it more accessible and stuff.
I love that one
So
too.
like going on with she was talking about like teens like 14 and 15 who can't really get a job, like we can work earlier hours and stuff. So we can get like that job experience. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no.
I got really excited about like adding more things to Longmont, like more places, like things to go, places to do.
A little more fun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the amount of opportunities and areas for change that there can be in Longmont, and the amount of different things you can just take advantage of, and like opportunities, things you can do to change things, and the amount of issues that are going on in Longmont, and the amount of good things that are going on in Longmont.
Stay at the table. You guys aren't getting out of it. I'm coming back to you, Tim.
So
Yeah.
What really excited me was the like possibility of meeting with the city council more often and doing kind of more connecting with us, and then also how much Councilwoman Crystal Pietro was like listening to us in our things, and how much she like actually seemed to appreciate and take in what we were saying.
I was excited to like share ideas of what like a youth council, like what like youth would want to put forward, and how you guys are actually listening to us and like wanting to like improve what we want.
I'm excited to know that the education will be expanding more, and I was surprised that the process for a plan to take action is a long process.
That it is. Hopefully we're gonna start contracting that and making action happen faster. How about you guys? What do you learn from sitting with everybody here?
You know, we're the staff members
Yeah.
that support the youth council, and something that I'm really excited about is this that's happening right now. Finding more ways for our youth to be interacting with the council, and really being able to uplift their voices and create the change that they have been talking about. So thank you all for inviting us to this, and we look forward to more connections like this.
And I look forward to, I was really excited seeing all the youth council talking to city council, and
looking for ways that we can continue collaborating and inviting both groups so that we can continue working together, making more huge voices being elevated in these spaces.
Awesome. City councilors, you're not going to get away quite so easy. Yes, I want to hear what you learned, but more importantly, I want to hear the so what. I want to hear what did you learn, and either what are you going to do because of what you learned, or how is that going to shift how you're approaching something? Because the whole point of this interaction is to let the entire community and the youth council, chief among them, drive how we function. So, Matthew, I'm going to start with you, and I'm curious, what did you learn, and what are you going to do, or how is it going to shift how you approach your job?
Yeah, so I was talking with Alex out there, not Carl Cupfer, the youth council Alex, he's a doppelganger down there apparently. And one of the things that we found out, one, that we're basically neighbors, who live just a few streets away, and we both use a lot of the same city facilities for very different reasons. And one of the things that he shared with me was that I think there's often a stereotype of our youth these days that like it's all digital, it's all virtual, and actually the desire for more in-person social spaces that are suited to young adults and teens is actually like really high on his interest. And he specifically used the example of, well, there's playgrounds, but those aren't usually suited for like high schoolers, but we actually want spaces kind of like that, but that are kind of better suited for our age group. I think that makes a ton of sense, and I think as we continue to think about reactivating some of the spaces that we have in our community, to keep in mind multiple user demographics and who's really going to be engaging with that. That the last thing I would say is like the people in this room, the decisions that we make today are going to impact the people, the youth council folks in this room the longest.
What'd you learn, and what are you going to do about it?
We're ready to tackle Longmont. So what did I learn? So from both students that I spoke with and council representatives, I'm surprised. I'm surprised. Well, I don't want to say surprised, but I'm refreshed and excited about how ready they are to step into a space of advocacy and really creating change in our community. I think what I'm hearing is just more support around how to do that. And so some of the ideas that they had, not even me, they had was, reviewing school board and council agendas and looking at where they can come in and advocate on certain issues. On top of that, giving them the tools for advocacy around other issues in the community. We spoke about like Lou Miller Park and like the reaction that I got from the kids when I said Lou Miller Park is like it doesn't have the greatest representation or reputation. So what can we do as a youth that's committed to change on making sure we get the resources to that area? One of the other ideas that I heard was, can we open up a seat at our boards and commissions for our youth council to start developing skills around policy, around community issues, because it really opens up, just them developing skills, and they can put that on their resume and start early in that advocacy journey. And then they really liked, they really loved their two meetings per month. But again, just kind of that desire and that want to go beyond that and really start advocating, at council, at school boards on certain issues. And we even talked about them endorsing candidates in the future that they feel are appropriate to represent them, especially like on school boards. So that's
So let me put the whole thing in your lap then. What are you going to do or do differently based on some of what they talked to you about?
Well, so I'm really refreshed because those were kind of what the ideas and direction that I wanted to see for them, but I also didn't want to step into that space and be like, this is what I think is good for you. So it sounds like we're both kind of in alignment. So what am I going to do? I'm going to get with Jenny and our other representative over here and figure out how do we structure our groups and our time together to actually make that happen. As a representative, I can go back and say council's gonna be talking about this grant or getting rid of this grant or funding in a certain area, how can we advocate as a collective for our youth and our city, etc.?
So, I had, and he's not here right now per se, but he is Alex's younger brother.
Okay.
And all three of those kids attended Indian Peaks.
And this is
where
the
I
mayor.
teach. And I'm the mayor.
Because we have questions about who's the mayor?
Who's the mayor? I am the mayor. And I'm also a third grade teacher at Indian Peaks. And so we currently, the youngest sister is a third grader in my teammates class. So it's like all the barrios. So we have all those kiddos, Alex, Jose, and Arlette. But, and it was, so I knew a little bit about their family. I got to know this young lady right here. And it gives me a lot of hope for our future. You know, I think about, me growing up in the 70s and 80s, and, we're like, feral kids, we didn't care. But to see how much our youth today is invested in their community and in their future and wanting to work together to make this a better place. So in my role and how I view leadership is how am I helping foster the next generation of leaders. So I've done that with my union when I was vice president of the teachers union, is building up and recruiting that next leader and kind of helping guide that and facilitate, and then, being able to pass that torch. And I had mentioned, it was like, so then you all can take over and I can go hide in the mountains. And, so something that made me really excited or some, in chatting with them was looking at spaces, going back to these spaces where people can come together. So the indoor ice facility was something that came. And then, I mentioned, I was like, well, that was on a ballot measure and it didn't pass. So I think, so much of it, we listen to the grown-ups, but are we really listening and really promoting what the next generation of our community wants their community to be? Because by the time that these facilities do get built, it's going to be for them, not for me.
Yeah.
And so how can me as a leader facilitate and support that for the next generation coming up?
Really quickly, can I throw out the term of third spaces for like?
Yes, I know that.
Yeah, because I think like that's mainly what I think they were talking about.
Yeah,
Is third
yes.
spaces, spaces where you don't have to like have like monetary value to like get in, like you don't have to pay money or anything, like not outrageous amounts, like places that like coffee shops, like sometimes libraries, like parks, like places where people can exist that aren't from like work, school, home.
Yeah.
But for teens.
And I appreciate you raising that term. I hadn't heard.
Third space, oh, yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
thank you.
So Mabel and
Created that.
Michaela, we spoke and I talked to them a little bit about some of the secular sort of aspects of the youth council and how when the youth center was built, I was my experience was that I was on Longmont High School Student Council, and Skyline Student Council came together before it actually had an established youth council, and that some of the things that they were talking about, what they wanted at that third space, was kind of the things that happen all the time. But then Mabel asked about the issue around Sundance, and one of the things that came up was this idea of we needed to. I challenged them to look at whether it would be a city ordinance change or had to be at a state level or change in legislative aspects in regards to allowing younger students, 14 to 16, maybe doing some basic things in a restaurant like being the hostess or a busser or some or even a dishwasher for those early hours that we're going to need people to still run the restaurant from, let's say, 5 until 8, and then when the folks from Sundance come back, there's an expectation that they'll have their A team there to do to serve them from 9 o'clock till midnight, and kind of getting our that sort of challenge figured out. And so, you know, they were gonna look into that and see what it would take and whether it was something we could do directly here or something that had to be done at a big, higher level.
I have to look at some labor laws, but I'm happy to support you guys. If I can help you guys looking into that, I'll make sure you got my contact info. Diane, what did you learn and what are you gonna do or do differently because of it?
So I met with this, Australia and Luciana, and they're both sophomores. And I was very impressed with how much these two young ladies understand who they are and where they want to go in life. That gives me great hope for the upcoming generation. And the thing that was maybe a bit disappointing to me was that they don't plan to stay in Longmont. And so we talked about that. I came to Longmont because of the opportunity here. So in my thinking, we need to make this a town of opportunity for the young, you know, the young up and comers again. And so, because we want to keep them here, delightful young ladies.
So does that give you any thoughts of things you want to do on the council to try to make
Well,
that?
once again, it's business development. When I came back from university in my immigrant town, nobody was hiring anyone with a college degree. And I had all kinds of offers in Longmont and Boulder. And so we've got to have, you know, business that's looking for people fresh out of college and looking to develop them into good employees. And so that's, you know, not to beat the same taboo, but, you know, tattoo, but yeah, that's the thing. We've got to work on our business economy here, I feel.
Jake, what'd you learn and what are you gonna do or do differently?
So I learned that time is a flat circle because talking about third spaces and such, the specific third space that my group called out was an indoor mall in the city of Longmont, which for those who've been here for a minute, that'll strike some feels for.
Triggering.
And we kind of talked, triggering for Mayor Pro Tem. And we talked about kind of the economic realities, and then they get into the conversation about, well, how does policy actually happen and how long that takes. I also learned more about the youth council itself and about the space that the youth council takes up in our community. And first of all, the tremendous work that staff is doing, that our youth council staff are doing to create a place where young folks feel connected to, especially when, as I think it sounds like we all heard, there maybe aren't as many things in our community as there could be or should be for folks who are high school age to go do. You know, I was pleased as well to hear that folks are still playing groundies in the park at 8 o'clock at night, although I don't know if our public safety team would be quite as excited about that. But I think there's a real opportunity for, and what I'll take moving forward is, I think like we heard, remembering that voices at the table are a much broader perspective than maybe we think about, and that there is an undersized voice among younger folks, because by the time we're able to get any policy passed, maybe we set the table here for a policy, the end result of that may not be seen until these guys are in their 30s, right? So how we actually intentionally bring their voices into that conversation and how I frame my thinking around that is what I'm going to take away.
And one of the things that I learned is sometimes when we do some of these very large projects is we try to cast a very wide net, thinking that we can capture as much of the population, especially with the youth, as possible. And we were all youth at one point of time. And it's easy to forget because you start to generalize, okay, all youth do the same thing. But what I need to start thinking about and asking for your all's opinion is, okay, hey, we have some ideas. What do you think? How will this fit with your demographic and your age group? Because if we're building a playground, that's probably not something that you're looking for. And kind of reversing my thought on the airport, instead of being super wide for the youth, we have to be very narrow and give them the spaces that they need. And we really don't have these third spaces. And that's why I think, meeting spaces at the airport, especially if we can, with museums and places that's run by the city, that doesn't cost any money for our youth to be able to go and to hang out with. And then also how are they going to get there? So what I was very surprised about with Councilor Member Hopkins might smile about is e-motos are also a problem for them as well. E-motos.
Yeah.
And, you know, but what other opportunities can we provide to, you know, give the youth transportation options, whether it is more local bus routes, which in my mind, I'm like, maybe RTD does more regional, but maybe we do need more local routes. Or do we need to look at bike shares, either bike shares with pedal power or assisted power, or as much as I might get some eye rolls, Lime scooters. Like, how do we get our youth around town so they can go to where they need to go, because our town is kind of sprawled out.
It's getting bigger, a lot bigger.
Yeah.
It's getting harder and harder to get around if you're a teenager who doesn't have a car or a bike.
Appreciate that. Well, youth council, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Staff, thank you. Youth council, you're welcome to stick around. We're probably going to talk for another 30 to 60 minutes, kind of wrapping up the council's retreat. But really appreciate you guys being here on Saturday. You know, there's a lot of things you could do, and I appreciate the time you put into being part of that youth council. And I hope you heard the commitment from every one of these people here to engage with you more and to really try to be leaders for you here in the community.
Hey Barrett, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
I just saw Valerie walk in.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm Harold Dominguez, I'm the city manager. So if we threw out the idea of like an esports facility, what do you all think about it from a youth council perspective?
As a teenager, I'd say it would definitely help me and my friends hang out a lot more, so that'd be nice.
Can you share a little bit more about what esports is for some of the youth that might not know what it is?
Oh, so it's basically a facility where you can go, and if you've seen the movie Gran Turismo, where they have like an F1 system where you can play a game, or if you have a facility where you want to have a group of computers where folks can come together and play any kind of multiplayer game and teams and do things like that, but it's kind of this gaming platform. And then what's happening in esports, so you can do the same thing with like basketball or Madden and NBA 2K and things like that, but then what we're starting to see in other places is there's actually teams being built, and now there's actually a professional there's professional esports teams, and there's scholarships to schools where you play esports and they pay for your school. So just seeing if there's interest in that from the youth council.
Or maybe having an advisory committee, a subset.
Show of hands on the youth council. Who's into gaming? Would you be?
There's no judgment.
Would you guys be interested in helping the city figure this out if you're given the opportunity to provide some input on it?
Yeah, I'm down.
I have a request before we.
Yes, ma'am.
But it sounds like someone over here wanted to say something.
Me?
Yeah, did you want to say something?
Oh, I like that idea, but I would say something more outside, like for teens, because I love to be outside. And Colorado is such a beautiful place to live, and just like places outside to connect. And I think that's a great idea for like, I know like a lot of teens like to play video games and like Gran Turismo and stuff. I'm just.
What if we could partner something with both the gaming and the.
Maybe it's an inside-outside kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like a hybrid facility, like you've got like a field in the back with like the esports center on the inside. Could be a really fun place to hang out, maybe like a mini cafe.
Yeah. I
Yes.
feel like that's a good idea, but I feel like that should be something that's involved with something else. Like I don't understand it. Like a system where like you can like have like options in a place, I guess. But esports it's more targeted towards like this small subset of kids that like, but like more of just like a place to like exist outside of like home.
A hangout place with different things for people.
With like not just video games and stuff.
It
like,
almost
just,
sounds like our youth community is not a monolith. And there are multiple different experiences and interests that are there that maybe this youth council could deliberate on and then get back to us on like how
But
many
if
people
we
benefit.
have a space like a dome.
Let me bring it back.
The dome,
Yeah, so as the youth council liaison, if we could just compile our feedback and then either give it to me or whoever, Sandy, I don't know who would like just put it all together nicely, and then we could take it back to youth council and see what are some of the things that they want to pursue and start working on, I think, so we could take what we heard and actually apply it today.
So let's make sure you and Sandy connect on what the best way is to intake that. Yeah. All right, with that, youth council, I won't force you to stick around. You're welcome to sit and listen. They're just going to talk a little bit about what we've accomplished in 2 days together and how everybody's feeling walking out of here. But really appreciate you guys and look forward to council getting to do even more work with you.
Yeah.
Hey guys, thank you.
Yeah. Like the
Yes, nice to meet you. This is the mayor. Susie. Hi. This is Audrey. This is the mayor.
We're going to do this in two pieces. One is going to be more on the substance of the last day and a half together. And then the other one's going to be more the heart check of how you feel. But I want to start with one round, and we may reach out to you separately, but just one round of your feedback and your evaluation of how the last 2 days have gone. And we just love to get candid reactions from council members of what was good, what you wish you had some more time with, how valuable of a use of time did you find what we tried to pack into 2 days? And I'll tell you, I'm going to start with you this time, since I'm sitting here looking across the room at you.
Yeah, no problem. So I went to last year, even though I wasn't on council. I felt like there was a lot more education in the last retreat, which I didn't think it was a great use of time for everybody that was there. I did like this format a lot better. I also like that it was across 2 days because it gave me some time to marinate some of the conversations yesterday. I feel like we did so much today. It would be nice if in the future, if we do continue a 2-day, where we get to some meat on at least day one, just so I can go to sleep being like, oh, we started to accomplish something. But I did really appreciate, we learned a little bit about thinking, and then we were building on that. And then, today I felt like we had a lot to say and a lot of grandiose ideas. I just want to make sure that everything that is out here in the stratosphere, we actually start to act on, because this could all be pointless if we don't actually take what we learned and act on it.
Yeah, I agree. I was there last year too, as I think a lot of, some of you were up there. I think this format I certainly appreciated, and I really appreciated the intentionality and the planning of time for us to talk through things. I know that was feedback we gave, and I really appreciated it. I could have really used, like this morning especially, the real meaty kind of discussions where we had the chance to go through ideas in a facilitated manner. I really appreciated that time together. I would say I don't have anything negative at all, except I kind of, to Councilmember Kalkoffer's point, I'm looking forward to seeing what staff brings back from this, especially around vision and statement and those things to make sure that the work doesn't stop here, because it's very easy to plan a retreat and bring an awesome facilitator in, and then we get to the next Tuesday night and it's Lura, and then it's our, whatever's on the agenda, and then we just kind of forget. And it's not like staff doesn't have anything on their plate. So I hope that we can continue to move the ball forward, but definitely I think pretty close to what I was hoping for.
And I will just preview, Harold and Sandy and I were already talking about probably a need for another half day together to pick up on some of today.
Yeah.
But I appreciate the responses. Dan?
A half day for staff or a half day for all of us?
With this group.
Oh, okay, yeah, 'cause that's where I was gonna go with it.
Feels like
Well, I don't have paid time off, so it's a big financial commitment for me. And it would be easier for me to just come in on Saturdays than to lose a Friday and a Saturday. I concur with some of what's said before me in that maybe we need to break up how much we're learning versus how much we're sharing. I wanted to have more discussion about the citizen assemblies because I think it's actually a tool that we could use effectively, and I don't know if we'll understand it in the same way if we all just read it independently. Whereas I think if we're gonna do this next year, and we probably will.
Sorry, Councilmember Chris, can you elaborate on what you're referring to when you say citizen assembly? I'm not with you. I don't know what you're talking about on that.
Okay, so when I came back from NLC in November, I made a motion that the staff would bring us back information about citizen assemblies and how we could use them in the city. And we decided to put them in the retreat, but we haven't had time to talk about it. So it's in the bigger packet, and obviously none of us really had time to read it at that level. And it is a mechanism where you can bring in vetted citizens, so they don't, like a jury, they don't have an opinion one way or another. And they tackle some of these problems by talking to subject matter experts and just even members of the community that feel one way or the other. And they explore actually what is the problem and come up with suggestions for solutions to bring to council.
We'll make sure there's time for you all to talk about it. It's a very specific structure or strategy.
So if I can just add one more thing, and that is, I think maybe we should do 2 Saturdays a week apart. I think it was almost a little exhausting to come back in today and then do all the conversation part of it. Whereas maybe I wanted to think a little bit longer about the things we learned yesterday and have more of a, and maybe also we need to move some of this into our pre-sessions so that we can continue the conversations in smaller tidbits. But I do think we have to continue the conversations about some of these topics, and how we go forward with it is where I feel we're lacking. We don't really have a process defined for that. So now we sort of fall back into our old schedule. And I would like to not lose our momentum going forward.
I do want to jump in for just a moment. So many of the items that you asked to discuss here at the retreat ended up in your packet. So if you didn't know that there was a packet for the retreat, there is one.
And it's 300 pages, so I appreciate it.
It has a lot of stuff. It's got all the accomplishments and work plans and all the federal grants and all the information about.
It's a great
Just wanted to make sure it was there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, as always, Sandy and Harold, you did a great job. I think that to Alex's point, having it more focus on how we're working together opposed to like last year, more informational. There's value to it. And I think to your point, Diane, it's the issue of staff coordination and everything like that. And as much as I'd like to have a lot of people out from outside, if we had a 3-day thing, maybe we could. But I kind of feel like this is that time where where we reset maybe with ourselves a little bit too, and maybe get a better perspective of where each one of us is coming from, and that maybe this idea that we are we have a political opinion on something, maybe we are moved a little bit to understand that it's more that some of our philosophies need to be more about how we interact. We don't all have to be on the same page, but understand that what motivates us and moves us and that sort of thing. And I always think that it's really positive when I start to see people say, hey, I hadn't thought of it from that perspective and everything in a big picture, instead of staying with the same argument just for the sake of staying with the same argument. So I think that there's a benefit to that growth and everything. And so I think that we have some work to do. I think our pre-sessions are whatever we can make of them, luckily enough. But this is a time to somewhat, in some cases, reset or restructure our mindset about particular issues.
Madam Mayor, what's your assessment of our time together?
No, I enjoy this, having sat through a few retreats now. And, I really wanted to make sure that this retreat was more that, we still needed to know what the state of our city is. We still need to understand that, these are the, around core services, workload, looking at, because the workers, we answer to our constituents, which are the working class, but we also have workers that we are accountable for within our staff. And so creating this, and so for us then to have that opportunity to not just hear, but also discuss. And I wanted to make sure that there was enough time for that. So, and I felt pretty good about how it all played out in looking at our capacity, core services, and work in progress. And this gave me a lot to think about as I move forward with the pre-sessions, how I would structure them, how I would organize them based on what I heard from everybody. I think, it doesn't feel like the conversation's done, and we don't want our retreat to feel like, okay, we're done and then we can just move on. Like that it's going to be ongoing, and we're going to want to keep circling back. Something that we didn't mention was really looking at, and I've had conversations with Harold about this, and I'm like, maybe it's like I'm at a different stage or different part in life where how I view, professionalism and how I view like the way we're supposed to be in council. So I did notice, and it's not, and then I really had to come to reconcile. Some of it is me, and some of it is like, I think we need to have a grounding on council. So for example, I noticed like a lot of people standing up, and it's unusual to me. It is unusual to me because I've always been in spaces where your butts are in seats. And so I'm like, okay, that's a me thing. That's not a you thing. That's not like you guys have to change.
It's an old people thing.
It's an old people thing. Sit down. You know what, dude? If I got to sit down for 5 hours in that chair to chair the meeting, y'all best be sitting down there too. And because I can't get up and wander around. So that piece.
You're talking in
our chamber.
I've noticed, yeah.
In our council chambers, because we are televised. People are seeing us. And is this, I'm expecting, half expecting, okay, yoga goats and a mat.
How did you know I had them on?
Yeah. Goats and yoga mat. But then in the past, we've seen dogs at council chambers, and we've seen all kinds of things. But, so that was a me thing. That's like, okay, I can come to that consensus. The other thing I would ask of council, and I'm gonna get better at, if you tell me, you know what, I need 5 minutes, I will make a break. because I think it's really important that we are in the council chambers. No, I'm not talking about if you go get a drink of water or, you know, to that effect, but when you actually leave the council chamber, I'm worried that you're missing important conversation to excuse yourself to the restroom. So just tell me, I need 5 minutes, I gotta go. And then I will do my best to, and yeah, I will, like that is my commitment to the rest of council, is to honor that and say, okay, we're gonna take 5. To give opportunity for people to use the restroom. The other thing that we didn't get a chance to talk about that I really feel is important as far as our meeting structure is, so my perspective was, you know, we read our packet, we ask questions of staff, and in my experience from being on council and other spaces that work very similarly to city council, you know, CEA, Ethnic Minority Advisory Council, we had our decisions made when we came into that space. And so then once we were there, we might be asking clarifying questions, but the conversations would be minimal, but most of the conversation, the meat of the conversation might happen via our general session items, our general business items, or a study session, so where those conversations have come out. And then I'm also, you know, I also see that, you know, if you have newsletters that go out to constituents where you're including those pieces on there. So, you know, is that a better format for people to get it out to the public? Because the other thing is, we also have to keep in mind city staff who are there 7:30 in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning, and then are expected to come back 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning the next morning. So I really want to honor that. I mean, because I feel like the staff, they're my staff. I mean, we are the employers of this staff. So if we really are working for working people, that we have to respect our staff and honor that time.
You're speaking time.
And I'm speaking
meeting
time-wise at the meeting level. Yeah. You know, it's just, so those were some things that I kind of wanted to throw out there, and so that we are more aligned. I think I have my own, but that's my life experience. My life experience has guided how I conduct myself in a space, and your life experiences dictate how you conduct yourself in a space. And I want to make sure we're aligned. Not that you're all going with me, but we come up with something together that we agree with. And these are just the things that I'm just giving out what's in my mind. So I wanted to be able to make time for that piece too, because that is something that's very important.
Councilwoman,
I'll say what
you
I
are up, and I would love your thoughts on the retreat.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't
Yeah,
really
those are
retreats,
things that we
but-
missed, so you can.
Yeah, I had to get
plug that
those in, I had to get them in.
It's good to hear everybody else and like their temperature. I think it's good for us and like just to know where each other are at, but also for staff. I'm excited that staff knows kind of where we're sitting, where we agree, what that direction looks moving forward, because it can feel kind of chaotic and we never have a chance to meet like this in open forum. So I really value this. I think like, yeah, anyways, I'm confident, I'm super confident that staff is gonna come, like, so in any other space like this, I'm like, okay, and what are we gonna do about it? Yeah, and that is true for like 85% of the spaces, but with my experience with staff in the city of Longmont, like, I'm gonna like toot your horn a little bit here. They're actionable, and they always bring stuff back, and they help lay it out in a way that we can understand it, and then we have input on how we're gonna materialize it. So I initially had that response, but was comforted by the fact that like our staff always come back and like make it happen. So I'm not worried about it. I feel a sense of responsibility to pursue the opportunities and things that I said I was gonna do, and hold myself accountable. So whether that's like monthly meetings with Harold or Sandy or Jen, you know, just to follow up on like, what's my agenda, what am I doing, what progress have I made, what ideas do they have knowing the system that they know to make this happen. I think that's something that I need personally to just keep that fire going and not get lost in the mundane like agenda and the airport, and the, you know, the things that brought my heart to the council seat. And then, yeah, and then I just really feel like energized and empowered to keep pushing. I'm gonna do a lot of like reevaluation of where I'm sitting on boards, what are we doing, is there a purpose other than creating relationships? And I can create relationships at the coffee shop. right? Like, I really want to be intentional about the work that I'm doing and pushing towards what Longmont's vision is. And so, yeah, so I feel like this was a really productive meeting. We're never going to get out of it like what we want. But I'm really confident that staff is, like, they've written everything down and it's coming back to us. Yes.
Councilman Clark.
I think the pre-work and the packet were actually really helpful. I really appreciate the effort to plan the pre-work too, because that made that all valuable, and I saw that all get incorporated in. The packet was super useful. If you haven't had a chance to work through all of it yet, it really does include like department work plans and accomplishments, and this is also a public FYI if you're curious to see what like all of our departments are doing. It's not exhaustive, but it is very cumulative, at least at a minimum there. I think the format and facilitation worked out really well. This year, I think it built nicely on some of the feedback from last year and kind of gave us more time for discussion, which I think the whole group was pining for, so I appreciate that. Mayor, I actually really appreciated, I know you took us on a little tangent a few minutes ago, but I actually really appreciated those comments. I wish, I don't know what our flexibility this afternoon is, but like, those are some conversations I'd actually really like to dig into, because I feel like it's been like constantly on our bike rack or our parking lot for a while.
And what are the that's what it's been bothering me,
So if there is time to flex a little bit, that would be really valuable, because that was more clarity than I have gotten in a little while. So, and I'm gonna stand while I'm saying the thing that I'm, let's see, there are three things that I'm still like kind of stuck on right now, which is I don't think we had I don't know if we had a chance to really unpack the priorities that were offered. Yes, we voted on them, but I didn't feel like we truly got to hear what people meant by them, and maybe we had to extrapolate that a little bit. Some of them were self-explanatory. Buses to the airport, we know what that is. But
it's more complicated than that.
You know what? Then please speak to it and tell me, which route do you prefer? But I wanted to hear a little bit more about some of the priorities, a little bit deeper than just kind of voting and then like thinking about some action items. Maybe we're coming to this point, but I feel like we can evolve the graphic of priorities that we have. Is that where the next step of that priorities conversation is going? Because I don't feel like that's truly where this council is. I don't think we're that far off, but I think it's evolved since there. And then very specifically, maybe I'll put this on a conversation for a study session or pre-session, Mayor Sandy Harold. We didn't really talk about the fairgrounds at all. I know it's a county facility, but it plays a key role in our community, and there's, it's just kind of languishing right now, I think at the county city level, and I would love to be more intentional about that space.
Commissioners would like to talk to us.
The commissioners would like to hear from us, I know that. We heard a conversation about third spaces from our youth. It's an underused facility and a massive part of our community right along the airport. So I think it's something that we should touch on at some point, but it kind of relates to some of our priorities, some kind of doesn't. Sundance came up peripherally, but I feel like we're just scratching the surface still on that. So I don't know when the study session is planned on that per se. Is there one? I thought we were going to get an update at some point on where Sundance planning is, but I'd love for us to be a little bit more proactive on that as we go forward. And then the last thing, we started yesterday with a discussion about our working styles with the WETHOS test. And this concept of like, we're trying to work as a team, and yet there's all these individual incentives that exist as to why we shouldn't. Or basically prompting us to not. It's structural and political, right? That's the nature of, it's the nature of the system we're in. And I don't feel like we got a ton out of, I don't feel like there was a lot of productive alignment from the how we're organized section when we were particularly talking about what are our norms, maybe they were starting to get to that, but also on how we communicate, how we're, I didn't fully get clarity on how we're using some of the very time that we have together to work most productively together. And so I think, building on Councilman Cockupper's comment at the beginning of yesterday, there's this loneliness that exists in the role too. I don't feel like we fully grappled with that either.
So we're going to adjust things a little bit in response to what everybody's just raised. First, we're going to bring up three potential versions of the vision. I'm going to be very clear. This is not going to be a long conversation about these. Comments are going to be 30 to 60 seconds. What I want to get is which one of these, if one of them does, hits you and why or what should be tweaked. But when I say 30 to 60 seconds, I'm very serious because we want to go through this. We're going to have a conversation about the norms and some of this.
Yeah.
I will tell you, if Harold and Sandy had tried to put absolutely everything and have the kind of conversations that they require on all of them, we would be here for 3 or 4 days. I also, in structuring these, there's a reason we finish with things like vision and goals and plans instead of who's sitting, who's standing, and who's voting. It just changes the mental state and the dynamic of it.
Okay.
So we're going to talk vision. We will spend some time talking about some norms. We'll probably spend about 30 minutes. And then we're going to close on a more aspirational note. I want everybody to make note of the things that you don't feel like there was enough conversation on, and they will get built in. Either when we get back together or to these pre-sessions.
Okay.
Are we good?
Yeah, I just didn't want them.
No, I appreciate you. Now, let's put these three up.
As I go in, I'd like to say that these are very similar. So these aren't really three to choose from. I'm just trying to tweak some language based on some of your feedback. I will also say that I don't think these are really plain language to where we should land. But I welcome all input, knowing that this will still go through a plain language review and probably shift and adapt, because it should be meaningful to the whole community and not folks who've spent 30 years in school trying to write a certain way, like the person who's behind you. So let me
I'm not going to read them. You all take a few minutes to read all this. Okay, we're going to do a lightning round. I'm going to start next to me.
What the question is?
Is there one of these that stands out at you, or is there one that stands out, but hey, I might want to...
What I think we have to also understand that the process is, the consent agenda is strictly should be used, or at least for most intentional situations, really a question. And it should be, I didn't understand this, I know I should have emailed you before, but that sort of quick thing. And then, even if you think it's a real stinker of a piece of ordinance or something like that, let it move through that. I think that's part of the process. And then, in second reading, give that. But if others disagree with that, it's just my general philosophy.
I do disagree with that a little bit, that there are two opportunities to work a policy in our process. It's when it's on consent, when it comes back to us, as ordinances specifically is what I'm thinking about. Often there is not. Once we get into that second process, we can't amend it, we theoretically we could, but it makes it more challenging in additional motions in our process. So I get where you're coming from. I think it would be, I would never ask, I know where Councilman Scarzo is at on the Report Advisory Board, on any ordinance that we may want to vote against. I would never ask someone to, not saying, I would not want to say to myself, well, I have to just let this go through the process, even if I'm strongly opposed to it. I totally get speeding that process up and saying, okay, here are the questions I have, but I'm going to pull this off consent because I cannot support this policy or this ordinance, and then be able to say I'm going to vote against it on consent, even if that's a shorter process. So I hear where you're coming from, that there's that second piece, but what if I have an amendment substantively that I want to add, right?
No, I think it's just used more too often.
Maybe a compromise that we can have, especially about that, is maybe we don't pull something just for the public benefit to say like, hey, I'm just pulling this, so where I'm asking this question so the public hears it.
Yes.
And then maybe we only pull consent agenda items if we want to hash out the details of it or be against it, because I don't want to have something on the consent agenda and me have to
Maybe that's where I'm
approve
going,
something.
maybe in my head, that's kind of where I'm going.
Because I don't want to approve something if I am not for it. Like, I am not going to vote yay for something just because we're trying to wrap it all together.
I want to, yeah.
You know, what if we move the second public invited to be heard until 10 o'clock? And then we just stop and let second public invited to be heard talk, and then they can go home. And we can decide at 11 whether we want to continue. But I would also say we should discipline ourselves, and if we start holding ourselves to shorter meetings, we will have shorter comments. Because we know that we're a part of that. We're watching the time as we're working our way through it. And if the agenda is too big, then maybe some of that needs to be carried over.
So let's look at our last meeting, for instance, when we were talking about public safety technology. I actually appreciate that people wanted to provide feedback after, like, maybe people might have wanted it at different points, but we actually had, I think people want to react to what they were seeing and what our decision is too, and I think that if we just kind of nestle it in somewhere in the agenda, it's not.
Okay, so after the review of the consent agenda, but usually that's when people are there talking about.
Unless it's a general business topic.
General business, second reading items, I mean, the second reading items have public hearings, so but it's general business items that we're seeing. When we're thinking about the purpose of consent agenda, I understand not wanting to approve consent agenda. There, you can still pull it and then just basically vote against it on first reading. I get that. I guess the question for the mayor here, in part, when do you want us to propose amendments or to substantively dig into something? Because I've been told conflicting things.
Yes.
Not said by you, but
No,
like,
I've heard conflict, even my time on council is dependent on the mayor.
I tend to think that it's more productive and easier for our staff and for our council members to like adapt to or react to potential changes if it's proposed during first reading.
Yeah.
Before we've actually.
And that's the legislative norm too, is amendments will be made on first and then come back and passed on second. That's the state everywhere else.
That's very rare. You can't make amendments.
Very rare for amendments on thirds.
Yeah, and so I think, and this isn't the case for everything that's on consent agenda, but there are some things that I've seen, and I'm trying to think of, because I know that there are some things that we have gone through general business, we weighed in, then it gets on consent, and then it's like, okay, I pull and I want to make amendments. And I'm like, we just did that. And so, and I'm not saying, and it's not in this council.
You're saying like the general business item becomes an ordinance.
It comes to us back, it comes back to us on consent.
Yeah.
And then it's.
Will the board and commissions be a good example of that?
I'm trying to think, maybe, but that wasn't one that came to mind. I was thinking of another one. But, and it was last council. But, so that can kind of get frustrating in the process because now we're rehashing it. Some of the discussion then was pulled from, we already discussed this, we already debated this, and then now we're coming back in. And so it's like we're rehashing old arguments. And I want to make sure that we do our best to avoid that. So consent, and I know that there has been discrepancies in what I've heard about, when do we debate? When do we add those amendments? For staff, it does make sense that it happens at the consent before the final reading, because I've also heard from previous mayors, from previous mayors too, that when we are trying to come up with language on the fly during that second reading and public hearing, it makes it very challenging to then kind of vet to see the legality of something. So, consent agenda for the purpose of making amendments, or you want to pull it because I don't support it and I'm going to vote against it. If we just keep it just like clear, we don't have to go on to, a 4 minute and 59 second, 0.3 second rationale of why we want to do that. Because everybody has 5 minutes. And I've seen that people have gotten close to their 5 minutes, they haven't gotten to 5 minutes. But if every single person weighs in on every single item, we could easily be there for 5 to 6 hours.
And is that the best use of our time? So like, just kind of land the plane, just, y'all land the plane, not faster.
I want to jump in on this for a minute because I think, so first of all, my understanding that I learned just through oral history is that council used to meet every week for general business meetings, is that correct?
No.
Like years ago? No?
No, they would do one study, one regular, one study, one regular.
Yeah.
It was common that it would be
Two studies.
every
Yeah.
Before the LHA board, before the Lure board, every other Tuesday was a study session, but you did meet every.
Gotcha, okay,
Yeah.
but it wasn't regular
regular
business. Got it,
The
okay.
study sessions were more frequent, I think.
Correct.
Okay. I want us to have efficient meetings. And I think where sometimes we've gotten a little bit in tension is because there is also a deliberative and debate purpose for the very meetings that we're having and the public nature of them. At least that's how I see that. And I think, maybe last year I had a little bit of initial grace because I was the only new person, I was just asking a lot of questions, but I actually see it like, I have never heard, and this is a challenge to the public, if you think that I'm asking too many questions, please write to me. But I've never heard feedback from anyone that says, stop asking those questions and don't discuss it, because we might have conversations, not necessarily behind the scenes, but like in other forums that are not as watched. This retreat being an example of that. But that doesn't mean that the public has heard the discussion on that. And it's not only for the sake of the public, but we actually haven't always had a chance to actually debate the merits of certain things among ourselves. And really that's because there aren't many legal spaces for us to do that. And so I respect what you said earlier, Mayor, about we've had conversations, but decisions usually are made before you get into the spaces. But I don't agree with that approach personally, and I think that feels very non-transparent, even if it's all by the book. If you've made up your mind coming into the meeting, then almost we should just do a little multiple choice test. And so I guess I don't come into the meeting. I come into the meeting with a sense personally of the direction I'm headed on some of the issues, but I want to hear from all of you, or enough of you, if you have strong opinions on something, so we don't have fireworks flying, right? And so
Careful.
And
fireworks
flying.
flying.
I want to hear from others to understand. I may not have thought of everything as we experienced yesterday in our early session. Our human processes don't inherently cover every single person's experience, and that's why we have, frankly, a very diverse council that brings a lot of different ideas and perspectives to the table. And I don't approach this personally as trying to just how do we make this the longest meeting possible. I approach this as how do we make sure that we're really pressure testing the decisions we're about to make that impact our meeting.
Well, I think we have to be respectful of the 11 o'clock timeframe and maybe recognize that sometimes there's going to be an occasion where we have to move this to a Thursday meeting or something like that to close it up, just because there's value to not going too late into the evening and losing that community follow through. That there is actually a good reason for maybe a continuance. Not every situation. If we look and we have one item left there, that's one thing. But if we haven't even gotten to general business at 11, I think that we need to really think about that process.
Logistically, what happened, if we vote to end the meeting at 11 o'clock and we're not done, what happens?
The rest is dead.
Just to the following meeting. Yeah.
Okay.
It's happened before. Yeah.
I think my feedback is I hear where Hopkins coming from. It's striking a balance between asking questions so that the public knows that we're being thoughtful and intentional in our decision-making process and we're not just passing things to pass things. But it does take a lot of our council time. And especially when we're thinking about having a space at the end where we can give updates and really talk and
more on that.
Talk intentionally about what's the work we're doing, what progress have we made. I think that's also valuable for the public to know that we're pushing forward on some of these initiatives and helps others too to maybe say, hey, I didn't know she was doing that, maybe I want to partner her with her on that. So I'm thinking like, I wonder if, and not Eugene, maybe this is a question for you, but I wonder if like we can somehow take a temperature check on where folks are at on certain agenda items, like say council, Councilmember Popkin feels strongly about a sustainability proposal that's going to come through, but he doesn't necessarily have to pull it if he knows they're all kind of in alignment with it. Like he doesn't have to talk about it a whole lot. So maybe he can pull it and say, just getting a temperature check, like, is there anybody who's super opposed to this today? But that kind of goes in the consent agenda, right? So I would say, let me rewind, I'm sorry. I'm still getting used to all the processes. But I'm saying, if you feel strongly about it and you really feel inclined to like, make sure other staff knows, like I'm wondering, if at that time, maybe it's an appropriate thing to pull, but maybe we can have like our staff questions and answers in a place where the public can see it, so that they know we are being intentional about our questions and asking these things, but we don't necessarily have to ask them and then pull the agenda to ask the same questions again for the public to hear. So maybe we can create a space on the website of council questions and comments or answers by staff previous to, and then that allows them to know, like, it allows us to see what other people's perspectives are and the questions that they're asking, right? So it allows me to see what the questions are asking, allows the public, it opens space and time in our meeting, and then allows us to have that last portion of the meeting and be intentional about where we're going with that. And then if you want to pull something, then pull it, right? But make that the exception and not the norm.
Yes, that's.
Alex has been trying to get in here. Let me go to Alex.
I want to build a little bit, because most of us came off of an election campaigning, and there's a lot of distrust for government, including us. We are government. And what I heard
There's no votes, we are government.
We are government. What I heard loud and clear was the residents feel like there's either a lot of backroom deals or that there's rubber stamping. That's the perception that I heard when I was campaigning. So if we can ensure that the public is transparent and they know that we are, thought-provoking and ensuring that we have a good product, I'm okay with that. But I don't want the residents to think that we've made our decision before the meeting and we're just rubber stamping everything just because staff are amazing. But I don't want them to feel like we're not debating things because we already made up our mind.
The phrase going through the motions.
So I will offer that I've seen several city councils have a process where when you've got an item like this, there is an opportunity, what do you call it, lightning round or something else, to go around the councils on this item. Quick comment of where you're coming into the conversation from everybody. So you maintain that transparency, but you also get that quick read of, are we aligned or are we divided on? So there are some structural things that you could do with just quick remarks on where you're coming in on an issue.
And I don't want to put it on a clock. And I know we literally are on a clock, like we have an 11 o'clock, I think it's charter that says our meetings go till. We have to extend, 11 o'clock is charter, is it rules? Rules, okay, rules, yeah. Our meeting start time is correct. So look, and this came up a little bit in the previous council, when it's come up before, the conversation of like, how much workload we have, and how much we're paid, and all, and it's not being enough, and we do too. I think a lot, at least my perspective, I will not speak for anyone else here, I know what I signed up for when I ran for the show, right? I know I signed up for a lot of work and not a lot of pay, and because and I think we all did. So for me, if we're in the meat of a really good conversation, and it's happened a couple times already with this council, and we're heading towards that 11 o'clock, I'm not worried about if we have to go till 1 o'clock in the morning. Now, admittedly, would I like that every week? No, I would like us to move forward.
It's more the norm than the exception, though.
Right now, yes, yeah. And I would like to see it maybe pull back a little bit, but I'm not gonna, if we're in the thick of it, I don't want us to be concerned too much about the clock or
If it's an important topic.
Yeah.
Does it have to be every single topic? Probably not. But
I guess what do you define as an important topic? And that becomes like, yeah. Because, and that changes council member to council member, right? Because for some of us, this issue, you know.
I see it something an important topic is when the community, the vast majority of the community are passionate about it.
Yeah.
And show up.
I will offer to you, I think there are, and whether you have formal norms that you write and you agree to them, or you all just discuss how you're going to approach it, there's a lot of this that is on each of you. In how you choose to speak on an issue, when you choose, exactly, how prepared you are, when you choose to speak on it, is it on first reading? But also when somebody says something and they spend 5 minutes expressing their support, do you, and if you completely agree with them, do you now need to match their 5 minutes with 5 minutes?
Yeah.
If you have a thought you can convey, and I want you to be comprehensive, I'm not trying to shortchange your topics, but when you're trying to manage time, to be respectful of one another and the public, you can all kind of check yourselves and say, do I need to spend this much time saying this? If you do, by all means do. But if you can say a 3-minute story in 2 minutes, that gives you more time.
We tell the public too, like, if you're gonna say something different than what the 30 people before you said, then please come up. But if you're in alignment with what they said, then please, you know, let the next person know.
I don't think we should be saying that.
No.
I'll just put that on the table. I don't think we should be encouraging the public to say ditto.
Well, so what I'm saying is, like, since we should lead by example, if that's what we're thinking is, like, we shouldn't be beating the dead horse if we're all in agreement with this policy.
Fully agree. If Councilmember Marston says something and I had like a different twist I would put on it, but fully agree, I just said ditto. That's fine. But I don't think we should be, if the public's there to show up, we should not be making any direction as to how they want to. I don't think we should provide any direction as to how they want to use their time.
This is kind of a quick thing, and it's a little bit of a sidecar, and I know, but we very rarely get the chance to do this. I got a lot of feedback over the course of the campaign from folks who are, and as a member of council, from folks who own businesses in the city, from folks who live in enclaves in the city, from folks who receive city services, but are not allowed to talk to us until 11:30 at night during regular sessions. And being on council, I have seen honestly that there are plenty of opportunities for input and communicating those to folks. I just wanted to take a quick temperature check about how this council feels generally about that rule of procedure that we have regarding first call public invited to be heard.
It has to be a Longmont resident.
Then it has to be a Longmont resident. You have to live within the physical
I
city.
think we already had this conversation, it was like a charter thing, that we would have to take it to the voters.
No, it's a rule of procedure.
I could have sworn you guys said that you would have to.
We could
positive we said that.
We could change it, but I'm asking, I wanted
Let me
to.
just make sure I understand your question. So what you're saying is that you would like to amend the rule of procedure.
I'm saying I wanted to check in on
Yeah,
the first thing.
that says that people have to be from Longmont or a Longmont employee in order to speak at public.
City of Longmont.
First call.
And not wait
I think
till
we
all
gotta
the
be used to
answers.
that.
You thought that was a charter?
Yeah.
I've got to say that business people do not come to speak to city council because it doesn't come with their business hours and they cannot stay till 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
And we saw that when we were talking about minimum wage. A lot of business people did show up, but they were half gone by 11 o'clock because they have to get their shops open by 5 or 6 the next morning. That public never comes to talk to us. And it's not that they don't exist or they don't have any comments. It's that they don't have the opportunity to talk to council.
But that's a study.
And I have a voice in that. And for me, if I have something with, a problem with something on the consent agenda, I am going to pull it and I'm going to comment on it. Because that is actually the job, is to tell people what my constituents do not agree with.
I agree.
We can ask somebody to teach us how to run a more effective meeting. It's not that hard, and there's plenty of experts out there. We need to make a commitment to, you know, are we going to have an efficient meeting, or are we going to be open architecture all the way, or are we going to be somewhere in between, and then we're going to reap the benefits of whatever we decide?
Other communities do things, because I see this with my students, because I send them on to do this, go to boards and commission meetings, and some of those councils in Louisville, Lafayette, and Superior have a strict 1 hour presentation a 1 hour public committee invited to be heard, and they're 3-minute periods. And if you get there and you sign up, that's it. Now, is that stifling of our public invited to be heard? Probably. And if we open it up to everybody, we would get people that don't live in Longmont, but they have a bone pick and axe grinding issue to take. And I don't think we want that. I think where we are with this is, to Diane's point, we have the exception when it is a study session. And the study session should be, maybe there should be one more geared towards hearing from our business community.
How many study sessions do we have this year? 6 or something like that? Is that 8, 7, 8?
Almost one
every
month.
Almost one every month this year.
Maybe we can address some of the questions that came out. So the impetus for what happened in terms of...
I didn't mean to take us on the side.
I was
just wondering.
Technically, because I think some of you weren't here when that happened. So the impetus behind, so the language in terms of who speaks is in the charter.
Citizens and employees of the city have equal opportunity to be heard. First and second reading is a rule of procedure construct.
See?
Who can speak at first call was what Harold started talking about.
So what happened was that there were a few issues that were developing in jurisdictions where folks were coming in and taking over meetings. And to the point where those cities were actually having to cancel the meetings.
And go virtual.
Because, and then some were going virtual.
And they weren't city issues.
They were
international issues and other things. And so what the mayor and the council at the time decided was to take the interpretation of the charter, I'm looking at Don, can't see Eugene, to try to manage that situation should it occur. And then there were processes that they were created that in the event that that happens, here's how they're going to move through that process. So that's why that was put in place by that council.
The charter says residents and employees. The rules of procedure outline Longmont residents and employees at this time and everyone at this time.
As well as when you have to sign up. Sign up is required for the first call, not necessarily.
So could we redefine resident? And then that would still fall within the charter?
I would say if you want to change the rules of procedure on how they're heard, when they're heard,
To incorporate unincorporated Boulder County.
I think about our enclaves and our
So that wouldn't have to go to the voters, right? If we did it that way?
If we included unincorporated.
Okay. It's just a thought. I don't know, we don't need to take it up now, just want.
And it comes out.
Well, I thought we took it up and I was like, oh, well, can't really do nothing about that because it has to go to the voters. And so that's why I never really pursued it to figure out when would that go and if there's an appetite for that to go. But we can talk more if there is some.
I think the one that has to go through a charter change would be allowing Longmont, people who live in unincorporated Longmont to be served on boards and commissions.
That would, oh yeah.
That was for the.
Public.
That's true. I think that's what I was thinking.
Madam Mayor, see if we can bring this back together. Alex, and then we're going to something else.
You're probably going to hate that I asked this, but I would like to get the staff's opinion because they are our experts. And I want to give them the opportunity to say, hey, you didn't think about this? Does anybody in the room have any ideas of what you would like or think we could do better?
Oh, about meetings and norms?
Yeah. Regarding changing things on consent or on second reading, ordinance on first reading or second reading, I think you should just all be clear that we publish ordinances in full on first reading. If there's no change, then we just publish the title and the times call. When you make a change between first and second reading, then we have to publish in full the second time. And that is a hard cost. That is a hard cost that's doubling. Those are big, I want to say like the recent Wolf project that
That agreement, that was at $2,000.
$6,000.
$6,000 publication.
Oh.
So when they have to redo that, ouch.
Well, that
I
to me,
just want you to be aware.
I appreciate that. That to me feels like a bigger conversation about the definition of publication and whether there are, and that's probably a legal.
Yeah, that's another one.
About like, sorry, like, I don't know.
I'm gonna pull us back up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull us back up. I really want to focus what time we have left on how meetings are run and how you feel on the efficiency of them. I think there's clearly some conversation about how you manage the time, how you manage the public comment. But are there other things other than people stretching their legs in public comment?
You know what, I don't care if you stand up.
I want to create some space for the next 10, 15 minutes.
Yes.
If there are other
This
issues,
is
we're
really
really
good. Thank you for giving us this.
Yeah, Susie, you mentioned something about people stepping out, and I just want to make
Yes.
sure, like last meeting, I stepped out to touch base with the resident, because I didn't see staff do this and say, hey, can you talk to us when you're done?
Yeah.
And so I wanted to make sure that I captured a phone number or voice to connect them. It was the parents that were talking about their kid.
Oh, I had already, I talked to them.
So I stepped out, but then once like the chief came and everybody else came, then I was like, okay, they're taken care of, and then I'm gonna step back in. So I think as far as like if staff is planning to talk to them, I don't know if there's a way, maybe Harold can message us real quick and say, staff will be touching base with them after, just so I don't feel it's like.
So, I was teaming Zach and saying, can you touch base with them?
Yes.
It is hard for us with everything going on to do that, but in the past, council would just say, hey, get with Harold.
Yeah,
Or
yes.
get with someone, and we would attach it, so you can just ask her to do that.
So off on the dais, I could say, hey, can we make sure that the safety touches base with them?
Yes.
And connect them with the youth center or whatever. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. 'Cause sometimes people slip by.
Yeah.
And then they know that they need to touch base with somebody. Okay.
Before they got, It's like if they have questions about his bill, Becky talked to him after, I snagged him, Becky talked to him afterwards. So we should as staff be doing that, but people slip by, so just point it out. Hey, would you touch base with staff before you?
I'll do that. Yeah, and Zach was in the other room. Chief Hardis was in the other room, so I wouldn't have seen him jump up or stand up to follow them, so that's why. Okay, perfect.
Just mention it.
But, Jake, I didn't mean to cut off. Is there something else that you want to make sure we did have time?
I wanted to see if Susie could.
Yes.
Yes,
She's in
thank
charge
you.
of it.
Well, the reason why I put this out, because I understand, our life experience or the generational difference. We have a different perception on how we present, and I wanted to make sure we are in alignment, because I'm coming in again with my own perceptions of how the meetings should be run, but it's not in alignment with where other people are coming from. So I wanted to put that out there for you all. And
Can you
I
name those
yeah,
things?
when I had talked about.
Well, they written our prior council, if you don't mind me throwing in, there
What's
was,
that?
in our prior council.
Yes.
There was some significant side eye if you were going to turn on your microphone for.
Oh, yeah,
sensitive,
yeah,
or
yes.
other thing. There was
Yes.
a lot of pressure to not have
There it
discussion.
was, yes.
And that just wasn't acceptable, because sometimes
That-
things needed to be discussed.
Yes, and so
I agree with that.
I think some, side conversations, I have ADD. And so when I hear, I'm like, what? What? I'm like squirrel. And so it's very hard, and I totally didn't get when Joan would say, it is very hard to stay focused when there are side conversations happening. And being up there and trying to navigate the time, the script, the notes, the buttons to call who's next, and I'm like, and then there's a side conversation happening. I'm like, what? So it's really, that is hard for me because I'm already navigating so many things in this realm. So it's like, so the side conversations are distracting, just that's what I need. But for the other, I wanted us to, as a group, to establish our norms. What is acceptable? Okay, so is consent something that we're just gonna pass on through and move along? Or is that gonna be the one where if we are adamantly against, or we wanna add amendments to, that we agree as a team, as a collective, that's gonna be the time?
Yes.
And then if you've already heard other council members, state something you agree with, do you have to weigh in with that same discussion? I mean, I remember in CA and or NEA, National Education Association, our representative assembly, if you have, you know, 3 people in the queue, hold on, so if you have 3 people in the queue who are all in agreement, you know, we're end of discussion. If everybody who's left in the queue is all in agreement for it, we're done with discussion. We're done with debate, and we go on. So that's like, that's where I've come from representative assembly, delegate assembly, through the education association. So looking at that, so.
Real quick, I was gonna say, we can use our light if we're in agreement.
But it doesn't help
Well,
like if I'm in agreement with the public saying, I don't have to say anything, but it gets a temperature.
Yeah, I mean, because we do, we have green card, red card,
Have
yellow
some
card.
pushback on accessibility issues.
Accessibility.
Does it help staff if we just say, hey, I agree with this person to start to count the votes, or no?
We want to think about this.
Does it help you all to get a very quick temperature check if, you know, if the mayor says something and I agree with her, I'm not gonna go and say ditto for 3 minutes, but does it make sense for me to say, mic on, hey, I agree with everything that the mayor said, just so you all know where the dice is
But if
starting
we
to.
vote, they'll get that in the vote, unless
It's mostly on zero reading.
Yes, so you're getting
You don't have to
consensus.
speak on it, but saying yes.
Yes.
We're looking for
The thumbs up, okay.
And I had a quick question from the room
Yeah.
on my phone. Is there anything that says that we have to start our meeting at 7 o'clock, or can it be 6 to 10 instead?
That's charter, isn't it?
No time in the charter, just 2 regular meetings per month.
2 regular meetings per
Is there any appetite to change our time?
Maybe
I
it
have
might
to
include
look
more
at
people
my
or
schedule.
different people, different demographics.
I was actually thinking it was going to go the opposite direction because you're hitting dinner time and like just after work hours or something in a different way. If you brought it earlier.
I worry about not study session, pre-session and executive session time where people are already struggling to get from work to a pre-session or from work to an executive session, because then we'd have to shift that earlier too.
Do you know, at NLC Memphis, the gal from Memphis said that they adjusted their time to 4 p.m. to whatever, so that working women still had babysitting and could attend.
Oh, wow.
And I was like,
Oh,
that makes sense.
That does make sense, but.
And I'm thinking, what am I doing at 4 o'clock? You know?
Yeah, trying to get kids on the bus, don't get lost.
Yeah.
Not that we have to rule by majority, but is there a way that staff could tell us what their preference is and we can tell, like, not right now, but because we are taking our stuff?
I think no.
Staff's like, no, we don't want to.
We don't want to go there.
Yeah, that's gonna be a hotter conversation.
Yeah, it is.
I appreciate
On both
it.
sides.
We appreciate it.
And is that really what we want to spend our time on?
So as I'm listening to you, and I'm checking with Harold, it sounds like council over the years has had kind of norms and procedures that everybody agreed to. They seem to change with each evolution of the council. I would suggest that a lot of what you're talking about here, you would be well served to put together our norms and agreements of how we function as a council, whether that's we agree that when this is the situation on an issue, we will engage this way. We all agreed to come prepared. We agreed to be
Not having side
succinct.
conversations.
We agreed to not have side conversations. We agreed that to minimize short, whatever it is. And Harold's seen it because I do this in all the workers and task forces. We have a list of about a dozen norms that I introduce and I ask everybody, do you want to modify these? But I think that's one of those simple ways. It's not about a charter. It's not about a rule. It's we as adults in this room are agreeing this is how we're going to conduct ourselves. So it may make sense to go through your list and work with Harold and Sandy and say, how do we make this our short list of these are the norms that govern how we engage at council and how we engage with one another.
I love that.
Get little cards on my desk.
I want to just tell you what you all are dealing with. I have seen every council I've worked with deal with the same issues, and we've seen every council that has come in since I've been here, deal with the same issues.
But I've never seen us discuss it. We just-
No, because it was, kind of the mayor, it's the mayor's meeting, the mayor is the chair of the group, and.
Yeah, I don't like
Yeah,
that, yeah. I
so-
want it to be a collective.
So to be honest, like, Brian, if you're, was like, no more than 10 minutes on a presentation, which gets hard on certain complicated conversations. So just know on our side, we're working with staff to get really succinct on presentations. And so what I'm doing internally is saying, you need to be able to tell me in 10 minutes, no more than 15 minutes, what you're going to present. That makes us we're more of an expert then. If we know what we're saying, we should try to do it pretty quickly. And we're also managing agendas quite a bit right now, which will slow things down in some ways just because of time. We are limiting what we're placing on those agendas. Otherwise, there could be some where it would be left at 12:30, we would leave at 2. And so we're trying to balance it. I think maybe a heavier use of zero readings. Now, what Susie was talking about, it's not this group. We would come in on the zero reading, we would get direction, then we would come back in the first reading after we receive direction, and then we would receive different direction, and so what happened is you kind of saw that starting to compound on itself, or prior to that, we would see something where it would go through, it would pass, and then it would come back. And so I think that's what you were reflecting on, is where you said you saw it. It was not
And I'm
this
still like newer in this role that I'm like, what's happening here? We just, like, it was very frustrating to see.
Can we also do amendment changes so we don't get in the same situation that we were in that previous meeting? Can we make suggestions instead of friendly amendments? Can we make the motion on what the amendments are first before we decide to pass or reject something? Because I feel like that opened a huge can of worms that.
That's a weird one.
Yeah.
I think generally a more formal amendment process might be helpful, because a lot of this is done on, we're kind of talking about it on the fly. Like the norm just legislatively, if you have an amendment that you're going to introduce to a bill, you work with Ledge Council, you get drafted language of an amendment, it gets read across the desk. I don't know if you've noticed, but when I've come in with stuff, I've tried to have it as prepped as I possibly can to make sure that I get the intent out of the language that I'm looking for, rather than kind of shooting from the hip. And I get that sometimes in our context, but if you know you're going to make a change to something, I think maybe formalize, one of the norms maybe that we have is let's formalize that process a little bit, so that folks are working with staff, running it, mayor is aware I have this thing. And then bringing it forward with language that Don has, because I don't know if that's helpful or not.
Yes.
So that's helpful to send it to open meeting, or?
Open meeting, maybe.
No.
Just maybe even.
Mayor.
The mayor's council.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I was going to offer, actually, I appreciate that. I was going in a similar direction of like, if you know you have an amendment, obviously we shouldn't say like, you can't propose amendments on the day of. But if you know you want to bring an amendment, like 24 hours before, can we aim for that as a norm that is sent to the mayor and the clerk? Like, is that a reasonable expectation? That's usually like by Monday night, basically. And Eugene or whatever, like, as a norm. Again, it's not a hard code requirement, but like, that gets us more intentionally having the prepared wording. It can be workshopped by staff if needed, or the mayor can say, hey, this isn't ready, you need to check the staff.
He has a thought hour.
Yeah, I was thinking of it from an open meetings perspective, and if it's a substantive change to the agenda item, to try to create the package so that the public knows what's coming out. I'm not saying that it's wrong, but to just say amendments in general can occur like that when we know they're coming, starts to erode.
Well, I'm just saying that they would be proposed to, that the language would be prepped and sent to the mayor and clerk.
Or even just Dawn, so that she's able
Sure.
to type it up.
Just so that, and it just gets us in the norm of thinking through those things so that the amendment comes a little bit more fully made.
And if that's only happening on first, then it goes back to publication cost issue, which I don't think that's a separate bear.
From the book standpoint, that was happening.
I don't know if it's consistently happening.
I don't know if it's consistent. But the problem is that then others want to, you know,
Yeah, it sounds
tweak
like
it a
it's
little bit.
to inform the other council members of what's.
No.
No,
Just the mayor
No,
and
but
Don.
Writing our own and sharing it with the
It's to
clerks.
formalize that process.
And maybe also talk to staff beforehand.
Okay.
To talk to staff beforehand to see if that amendment is even gonna work, if it's,
I've seen it come through both ways. Hey,
Yeah.
Don, can you send this to the council?
Yeah.
And so it sounds to me like if
That's-
it's, hey,
that
Don,
seems like a
send this to
no.
the council
No,
and it's
That's
information,
something that-
Yeah.
fine, but if it's an
Versus like,
amendment-
hey Don, I'm planning to bring this, like, hey Don, like we did with the public safety.
Yeah,
stuff.
sounds like that's a no.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think, I would want that to hit
Thank you, I appreciate that.
me
Yeah, who would,
as well.
yeah.
That way I can ensure that the ACM over the area is also looking at it because it may unintentionally create a different issue. Assistant city manager, so that we can make sure we're catching operational issues.
yes.
And talking to the folks before we're in a situation where we're doing it on the fly.
Yeah,
I'm gonna see if we can put a little bit, we're about 50 minutes into our 30 minutes.
oh, okay.
I've enjoyed this.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm glad you got to have this conversation. Sandy's got a bit of a summary, maybe she can read out, but I think the next step is gonna be Sandy and Harold and Gene and some of the others working with the mayor, putting together some noise and maybe just starting to put some of these structured processes in place as well.
So before that, I did have one more thing that I wanted to ask. It's fresh that we haven't talked about. And Mayor, it's really a clarification, I think, from your expectation. We talked about this a little bit via email, but there are, I know you are trying to be diligent about holding people to 2 times to speak and no more than 5 minutes each.
I do pause it when staff is talking.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
I've noticed. I appreciate it. What I was wanting to ask is, in our council rules and procedures say that anything not included in council rules and procedures defaults to Robert Rules of Order.
Yeah.
And I know we are all not experts, and we saw this firsthand very recently, that we're not all experts on Robert Rules of Order, but there are certain points in there that are not intended for debate, called like points of information or
Yeah,
clarification, points of parliamentary procedure, points of order, when we're just trying to think about what's happening, or
Yeah.
clarify something for the group as we're
Yes.
voting.
Yes.
I've been defaulting to using those because that's how the charter and rules and procedure, like that's how the rules and procedures and Robert's rules is set up.
Yes, yes.
How do we communicate that that's all we want to do if we've already spoken twice?
I think just, rather than putting your name in a queue, just say point of procedure, point of,
Okay.
not procedure, but just.
Point of clarification or
Point of
whatever.
clarification, yeah.
If that's
So I think
more-
it's a shouting it out in front of me, yeah.
And I will commit to just not
Okay.
using that for debate and just using
Okay,
that
yes,
for
yes,
process
because
or.
I have heard in the past, and I'm not like trying to say that this
Yeah, yeah.
council, but when people, I have a couple of council meeting people over the years who've come to mind, is they use that, and then they're just carrying on their point. And I'm like, no, that's not what we're talking about here, so, and then it puts the mayor in that, undesirable
Yeah, of
place
course.
to then have to.
So if that's just an oral shout out
Yeah.
and it's on us to
Yeah,
make sure to
yes.
self-police and not.
Yes,
overstepping,
yeah.
then noted, great, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna pause this, let Sandy read this, and then we're gonna do a little bit of a wrap up.
Okay, council norms. Speak efficiently, indicate agreement, not necessarily in the queue. No side conversations, direct public and staff to help, in my leader. Make amendments and pass them one at a time, instead of bundling a bunch of them, friendly amendments. Send questions to staff ahead of time. Stand up if you need to, but recognize we're on video. If you know you have an amendment 24 hours ahead, send it to the clerk and Harold, which I think we're taking the mayor out of that, right? And then don't use point of clarification as a point of order for debate. Because that's not.
And that's kind of a base set based on what you all talked about. I would suggest circulate that, discuss it, and fill it out to really let this be the document that guides how you manage yourselves and what you expect of yourself and each other when you're in meetings or getting ready for meetings.
Can I ask a point of clarification to our attorney here? Because this is procedural and administrative, can we actually discuss this outside of a meeting? It's not.
You're not making any final rules.
It's not.
This is like direction to the city manager or something like that.
Need this particular conversation.
Yeah, can we continue, can this continue virtually?
Or are you saying can we go like offline?
Yeah, like can we circulate a draft
Create a collaborative document. It's not a policy document or official
That's
business. It's just norms of interaction.
I could send it out and you all could send me your feedback.
Yeah.
Individually.
Yeah.
Why don't we- All right, why don't we keep
We'll
it
send
individual?
any feedback based on.
Keep it individual. All right, I know some people are itching to get out of here. Yes. Do we have members of the public who would like to be heard? Yes, sir.
Yeah. You're right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll make this quick. Everyone take a breath, please. So I prepared a quick statement. Honorable Mayor, council members, and staff. First, I want to sincerely express my appreciation and gratitude for the work you've done here today. It is encouraging and frankly inspiring to see City of Longmont leaning into systems thinking approach to its processes, not just in operations, but in how you are reflecting on communications, collaboration, and on your own effectiveness as leaders. That willingness to look in the mirror individually and collectively is not easy, and it is essential for good governance. Regarding the exercise and practice of systems thinking, it is critical to understand that it reaches its full potential when applied beyond the operations and internal processes into long-term vision, policy, and especially physical place making. Because ultimately, the most enduring decisions we make as a city are not procedural, they are physical. They shape land use, infrastructure, safety, and prosperity for generations. About 20 years ago, when I raised concerns about flood risk in Longmont, for me it was never just about flooding. Since my personal education in systems thinking at CU at age 18, a long time ago, and my first exposure to the issues of global warming, all of my efforts since that time have grounded in an attempt to address the global and now accelerating climate crisis. Today, the reality of climate change impacts on Longmont is about more than floods. We now face extreme heat, drought, and wind-driven wildfire risk, an urban threat that I believe could carry impacts in the range of $1 to $6 billion. That is conceivably 3 to 20 times the impact of the 2013 flood in a single event. We need to look at this, folks, seriously. Seriously. This is not a someday issue. Hopefully I'm wrong about the risk, and it will never happen. But cities everywhere are learning the hard way that it can happen to them. Even if the worst does not occur, it is already impacting Longmont today. Insurance markets are reacting with rising rates and pullbacks, threatening homeownership, business insurance, the economy, city revenues, and more. This is where systems thinking applied to placemaking can help Longmont lead the way as a national model for addressing the risks of floods, fires, economic resilience, and other climate challenges. Most importantly, this is not just about risk, it is about opportunity. By aligning efforts like the Resilient St. Rain Project, the UNMCR 2030 designation, the Boulder County Fairgrounds as a resilience zone and potential Sundance Base Camp, the Hoover Corridor and River District as placemaking and innovation zones. This approach can generate hundreds of millions of dollars in long-term economic vitality while simultaneously addressing this huge public safety threat, building a city founded on climate resilience. If we step back and look at the west side of Longmont as a system, we can begin to connect the dots. The airport, Boulder County Fairgrounds, capitalizing on a $100 billion RSVP investment, Sundance Film Festival, flood and fire mitigation, transportation, transit, economic development, creating a world-class riverside resilience-focused convention center, arts and innovation district. We have an opportunity to reimagine and harden this area, not just defensively, but proactively, addressing and embedding smart city technology, placemaking, systems and processes to ensure an urban wildfire never occurs here. This is already happening globally. Here in Longmont, we can lead the way and create businesses, clean tech, jobs, affordable housing, health and wellness, and more equitable and resilient city. My request today is simple. Please continue this excellent and strong work in systems thinking, but expand it into placemaking. and addressing the existential risk of a $6 billion urban wildfire. Make place-based systems thinking and addressing the wildfire risk central to every discussion and decision. With such an approach, Longmont can lead as a national model for resilience, equitable, and forward-thinking community development in the face of the climate, equity, and economic challenges we face. I welcome the opportunity to meet with any and all of you to discuss the
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public?
Hey, Scott Stewart, members of council, mayor, members of the city staff, appreciate all your time and your efforts that you do not only here today, but all the time. Hey, I was sitting here today, I was jotting down some things. Here's a big idea. I don't know if it's possible or whatever. Starter homes are often older properties owned by investors or accidental landlords. Getting out of the investment often comes with a heavy tax burden bill, so people hold on. Can we create or incentivize possibly your tax incentives or something to offset capital gains for landlords selling their properties to first-time home buyers? I mean, it's thinking outside the box, but how do we get people into new properties that are being held by landlords like myself? Three of the great things about Longmont: quality of life, technology support, community services, slogan, creating our future together. I'm concerned about the idea of increasing the height restrictions on buildings. I'm talking about the sugar mill, the idea of the sugar mill. Because my understanding of the bill or the law that was just signed by the state would obligate the city to that higher standard across the city. So please make sure that we're not putting 6 stories over here and making sure that we can restrict it in other places. Great thing about Longmont, community engagement. Things to share with other cities. Longmont's blueprint to success. When communicating with Boulder, simple thing, Longmont's no longer an L town.
Yeah.
Crystal, my dog's doing good. Thanks for asking.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right, Harold's going to talk about some next steps, and then I just have one question for everybody to go around.
Next steps, we're going to take so the follow-up of what you all have there, we're going to pull all of that together, bring it together in topic areas based on where it's connected. This is where, as we were listening to you all, we need more time. You all will pick the day and time when we have it. The same group will come back, Eric's group will come back and work through the next phase of this. Your goals are that's my work plan. And so, just know that as we're going through this, you have the vision, the goal, we'll collectively work on the strategy, and then the tactics are what I can fold into our operational environment.
I'm gonna get this call. Sorry, it's my son.
Here's my question, because we were getting a lot of vision and priorities when we were going to go, and then we got really technical and into the weeds, and I'm glad there was the time for it. It's not the entire note I want to leave. 2 days of hard work, and I am truly inspired. I look at what the pre-surveys were, and there was some great thinking in there, but I look from there to what was first on the wall yesterday, to what evolved through the vision and the work today, and I think there's an incredible roadmap ahead for you. What I want to hear from each person, and Matthew, heads up, starting with you, what are you taking away from this 2 days together about the road ahead for the council, and how are you personally feeling walking away from this time together?
What am I taking away? I think this council is, I feel fairly confident saying that we're building on the work of the past councils. It's not a wholesale change. It's an evolution and an enhancement on some of our slightly shifted focus, but not a dramatic turn, more of an intentional drive. Repeat the second question.
The second part is, where's your head? How are you feeling? How are you checking out of this whole experience?
Yeah, okay, I'll answer that in the sense of what I'm walking away still thinking about. One, at some future point, I'd love to hear from all of my fellow council members making a little bit more of an intentional pitch for some of the priorities that we had brainstormed with, almost like a mini Shark Tank for each pitch in some way, and
have us workshop through that and vet that together. We don't get a chance to always poke at each other in that in a constructive way, where we can like really dig into like, okay, what are you really trying to achieve with this? Is this the right direction? How does this align with this? There were a lot of things up there on the priority wall that were almost overlapping or were very relevant, but not entirely. And that's where I'd actually want to know, like, is that meaningfully different, or is it just a different way of saying the same thing? And then likewise, I'd love to hear from staff, like, what could be on the chopping block? Like, if we're adding more things to the work plan, what kinds of things would you want to know, like, is this still of interest? And like, if you want me to take a scalpel to the work plan, like, document that was in our packet and say like, hey, is this still something where we need to be working on? Like, more than open to doing that, but a little bit of a creative destruction process could be of interest.
I'm going to try to refocus my question.
Yeah.
Just hearing Matthew, I think we'll probably follow up with a 1 or 2 question survey of what you still want to talk about, because I think that is important. I want to get to, what are you taking away from what you heard, what you learned, what you discussed, and how are you walking away? Is it overwhelmed, excited, scared?
Excited, go on.
Thanks.
Well, I think like to your point of wanting to end the conversation on the note that we were on, I feel a little stressed right now based on the conversation we just had. Not that it was super stressful, but it is like in the weeds. And so, but like just kind of in the space that I was before, like I'm excited. Staff has a better position as to like what we want and where we're going. And that gives them a framework on where to move. And so I'm excited to see what you folks bring forward, especially around the airport. I think there's lots of opportunities, and especially the opportunities that have been presenting to Longmont. Like, I'm just excited to see what's coming forward. I think, again, just in that space of like being committed to doing the work I want to do. I like Matthew's idea around like the Shark Tank pitch. Like, what have I been doing with Youth Council? What are we gonna do? Like, what are these new developments? Things like that, and then just go from there. And then hopefully, I mean, I think I would also like to see maybe just like an occasional retreat, like half a day lunch or something, to where we can just kind of revisit, just not even revisit, but just re-strengthen and like bring back to life kind of this push and this momentum. Thank you.
Like a chiropractic adjustment.
Almost like a chiropractic.
What are you taking away from
What
this?
am I taking away?
And how are you feeling walking out of here?
So what am I taking away from this? I think you know, there's a lot to unpack. Like looking at our strategies, I'm looking at what our previous goals and priorities were, how they align, what are some disconnects between what we've had as our priorities in the past, and what, not just what this current council envisions, but also what the needs in our community. So I was very excited to have that conversation with Youth Council. You know, that is our next generation. We are planning, when we look at long-term planning, these are the folks that we're going to be planning for. So I am very excited. I'm very excited for what's coming down the pike. And the fact that we have a council full of people who are ready to step up to that challenge and are excited and motivated to move forward. So that is something that's, I'm excited. Yeah.
Same question. What are you walking away with and how do you feel?
Well, okay. I genuinely like everyone on this council. I could not say that from previous experience. And I don't mean that to be flippant, but the truth is that I value your opinions and everything. I get frustrated at times, but we all do, no matter what the point is. And I feel optimistic and that I think we can move forward. And as long as we don't get too bogged down in the weeds and make it into some sort of personal thing, I think we'll stay positive like that. And I'd like to stay that way. And recognize that I see in all of you, you truly do have best intents. I mean, we all have the things that you guys ran on in this election here really truly are not that different than the things that I cannot see a huge gap in what Susie and I and Diane ran on there, they were still the same things, even and not huge variations of it. So I think we're more aligned in those areas than people realize. And I think that we have some maybe growing to do to see how each one handles one situation or another. But I think that as long as we recognize that everybody has gone through that process, things are not that radically different from previous elections in the near past, that I think that we can move forward and recognize that I don't think I go out of my way to find a problem to start putting a grass fire to, and that there's a certain amount of resentment when that seems to be the case. That's not the case. Things, when you got to fix something, you got to fix it. Sometimes you got to have a dust up, and then it fixes things to a way that people can move on. So that's where I feel I'm coming from.
Diane, what are you walking away with, taking away from it, and how do you feel?
I was actually surprised to, even though we gel well together and we're a great group together, I was surprised to find how aligned we were in our ethos assessment. And some of that assessment helped me understand some of the slight differences that we have with each other and go, oh, okay, now I understand. So that's useful. I'm still a little concerned that we don't have the yin to our yang, the parts that we're not covering, and that some of those minority voices, particularly in the practical arena, and a lot of that's in the business area that builds our economy, is not fully represented adequately. So, and then I'm just a little appreciative of the time and the effort and the discussion and the freedom to have that. But I walk away a little bit frustrated that we have no decisions and no action forward on some topics that keep beleaguering us, like our late nights and our things that we should be able to solve more quickly. So that's where I am.
I'm feeling content. Yeah, because I, as a new council member, but someone who has observed many councils in the past, I think the thing for me is to get a sense of everyone, of how we work together relationally. And I think being plugged in on the dais, and we immediately have to go to work on these issues and these specific things, where I think maybe over the course of a campaign or a different setting, we would grow closer together relationally. I think there have been moments where some of the things that have popped up, just because of the nature of them, have pushed us a little bit farther apart than I think maybe we otherwise would be. So I'm feeling really content about the opportunity to have heard from everyone, talk with everybody, and I think we all kind of got back together on the same page and said, yeah, we really are on the same page on the big picture thing. And I'm also feeling content from a staff perspective. I'm hopeful that staff, in their listening to us over the last few days, learned a little bit more about us, both as individuals and then as a team collectively, as you kind of count to 4 and figure out what your path ahead is. And then I'm thinking ahead. I'm curious. I'm curious about specifically how some of the work together conversations and the policy conversations continue. And I trust our team, and I trust our mayor to say, you know what, this is where we started. I'm hopeful that this does not end here, and we go back into the regular flow of agendas and borough meetings and ordinances, and it just gets left behind and we're back where we were. And I think pre-sessions are a piece of that, and I'll get the mayor to kind of figure it out. But I'm feeling content and curious.
I came into this nervous. I'm leaving relieved. Because
I'll take that.
I was coming into this thinking that we all had much more radical ideas of where we want to go, but seeing how we are and seeing our ideas, we're a lot more aligned than I expected. So I'm no longer feeling as lonely as I did before this started, because this is a hard job and it can be very lonely because we're working with intentional silos. And I'm leaving with some excitement and some energy and synergy that we are going to be tackling some very large items and topics that we now have more tools in our tool belt. And I also, as much as I knew that the staff was always there for us, I'm leaving knowing that when I'm feeling lonely, the staff is there to support me. So, thank you.
Sandy and Carol, I'm not let both of you work on this. Sandy first.
I'm curious your reaction.
Sandy, I would just, you can answer one of
We
the
also
other.
have Jen's the next, because this is her first city council retreat with us,
Yeah.
just be genuinely curious.
You have anything?
And Zach, sure, everyone.
Jen, you first, then Zach, then I'll come back to Sandy. Jen, what are you taking away from this, and how are you feeling walking out of here?
I'm excited to work on all the projects that you're interested in working on, because there are a lot of the things that we're already working on or that we can expand on, and I just appreciate the time.
Zach?
Oh, that's good to hear. Thank you. I guess it's my third or fourth city council meeting. It's always encouraging for staff to watch council sit down, even for the first one with some of the members, begin to come together, and to really identify things that are common. I certainly been interested in the first 3-4 months of this council, just because of the passion that all of you have for the job. And so I appreciate the ability to engage staff has been huge. It's not gone unnoticed. So I look forward that from today and moving forward, we'll continue to build relationships individually, but also corporately to move the city forward. So thank you guys very much.
What are you walking away with? And
So we were talking about, this is my 23rd council meeting.
Oh, wow.
you know, this is the best. You know, what's your big takeaway from today? How do you feel?
I would agree with a lot of what everybody else said. I am really so pleased to see how aligned you are. And I also feel like, as someone who lives here, I feel like we're in very good hands. And I feel like the passion is there. Everybody wants to do great things for this community. That's something as a staff member I feel behind.
So I use executive privilege because this is a part of a training succession planning moment, because if I go first, they'll replicate kind of what I'm saying. And so that's why I did that. Like Alex, I think you come into every council retreat with a bit of anxiety because you don't know, are we going to have a 90-degree turn? Are we going to have a 180-degree turn? Because the work involved with that is monumental, and I've been part of that, and it's tough to deal with from the staff perspective. The fact that it's not, but there is specificity to what you all are going at gives clarity to us in terms of where we spend our time and our attention to detail. The thing that I like is that, and I've been fortunate to have this in Longmont, but I'm seeing it at a different level in terms of how you're asking, where are you thinking? And whether you realize it or not, that is uncommon in a lot of communities in terms of that interactive relationship between the staff and city councils. Cities that do it well do really amazing things. And the fact that you have enough trust in us to bring things back to you, and you also give us the ability to be creative. For me, that's important, is stretch yourself, push yourself. And I'm actually excited about this because the future is really bright for this community. And you're tackling things that no one else is willing to tackle. And you're not afraid to take a risk. And that's how you make progress.
I'll just say thank you for letting me be part of this.
Yeah.
I was last up here when, like I said, when we brought the passenger rail, and I was excited to see what Longmont is and is becoming, and I'm excited. Sounds like I'll be spending some more time with you later this spring, so I appreciate everybody bringing their authentic perspectives to this. I know sometimes some people will hold back. I did not see that from anybody in this room. I appreciate that, and I appreciate all of you. So thank you all.
Eugene, any comments?
Oh, yeah.